All the dab on me, man. All the drip on me and Z Bentley, man.
Mary Jane, she's my best friend. She's always been good to me. She come and take all my troubles away. Yeah. And she don't stray too far from the west end. Nah, she's always been close to me. When she's around, I just drift away. Yeah. High grade is the type of love that she give to me. High grade, me need her each and every day. High grade, come check me today. I need the high grade, you know. Mary Jane, that's my best friend. She's always been good to me. Come and take all my troubles away. And some people say, I learned my lesson. She's not right and she's not good for me. But please don't take my Mary Jane away. Cause she's the high grade is the type of love that she give to me. High grade, me need her each and every day. High grade, come check me today, Mary Jane. High grade, you know. Oh, yeah. She am my first love. Yeah. She never leave me lonely. Yeah. She am my first love. Yeah. High grade is the kind of love that she give to me. High grade, me need her each and every day. High grade, come check me today. I need the high grade.
Heavy T's Grow Show coming right up. Call in now, 562-653-0707. 562-653-0707 to win. PFZRadio.com.
You must be mad. He only smokes cigarettes and strictly shag. Oh,
It's all about that. Mary Jane. Hey. You know what? I'm a sad. Yep. I'm yawning 6 a.m. in the morning. I'm breaking out the bag of weed. I break it up, then I'm rolling. Yeah. Fuck it, I'm jonesing. Waking, baking, I'm stoning. If there's a y'all in the bed rolling. Yeah, fuck it, I'm boning. Yeah, okay. Lighting trees up, tough smoke. I'm puffing on the best. You just smoking some shit. That's just okay. Okay, yeah. You go smoke that hay. I'm alright. I'ma smoke that high grade every day. I know still high grade when me smoking. Them must see things say a joke thing when me alla. I know still high grade when me smoking. Them must see things say a joke thing when me alla. Give me that good. Fuck the rest, call it the fucking butterfucker. Jabba base on the best. Straight from Cali FedEx. I'm like, hold up, what's next? I'm smoking so much I got a motherfucking pain in my chest. Yeah. going bananas. I roll a couple split them on the bus look like bananas. Yeah, Cooper cabanas, I'm trees, ocean savannas. I'm living life, plus a couple bricks that shot for me nanas. I'm talking about high grade when me smoking. They must see things say I joke thing when me all a burn me ganja vibe, burn me ganja vibe, burn me ganja vibe, burn me ganja vibe. High grade when me smoking. They must see things say a joke thing when me alla, me alla, me alla.
Hey, you know this is New Kingston, so watch it, you know. General Hydroponics, you're large, you're large, you're large. Watch it now. Yeah. Got to find a way.
Hey, come listen me now. Hey. Well, the sun hot like this Kingston fire. Man, I look and work and can't get higher. Me smoke the herbs so me can get higher. I feel burn them up in no shot of fire. The youth them go to school and you teach them mere lie. Have them out the street and not know them shoe size. Pocket full of paper just to make it fit right. Anything just to get by.
Jaja, yes, him put me to the test, I know. Jaja bless me anywhere I go. Jaja give me strength to defeat my foes. Whoa.
We got to find a way.
Joshua the way.
Got to find a way.
Joshua the way. Hey, in my town, people the things them now off it up. I've been juggle 3 jobs just to feed them young. But Sophia raised, but them not raised the truth. Them know what with they are, so we sing it in the booth. That we have to work harder now. Them know we stronger now. I don't know harder now. Your people hear me now. Feel with life, so we are gonna take back control. I feel with life, so them not gonna take where we sound.
Jaja, yes, him put me to the test, I know. Jaja bless me anywhere I go. Jaja give me strength to defeat my foes. Yeah.
Got to find a way.
Joshua the way.
Got to find a way.
Joshua the way.
All my people have to stand firm. All this Kingston fire is gonna burn. Yes, my people stand up strong. How long we gonna suffer too long? All my people have to stand firm. Yes, this Kingston fire is gonna burn. All my people stand up strong. How long we gonna suffer too long?
Got to find a way.
Joshua the way.
Got to find a way.
Joshua the way.
Yeah, man, General Hydroponics. The thing out blaze like the Kingston fire. Mad.
This shit is sad. I'm way too lost. What's going on here, guys? Don't put me on. I just don't know what's true. I'm getting this feeling in my gut that I should listen to. So hard to know what's really up when I'm not next Am I acting paranoid? Oh Lord, don't tell me I'm slipping. That's just stress I can't afford, so please tell me this is different. I got sweaty palms when I shake your hands. I don't take no chance. Girl, you ain't my girl and you ain't my man. And no, I don't trust nobody at first glance. Out to take my soul and take my capital. They tell me I'm stressing on things that ain't me. Oh well, that may be true, but I can't change how I feel. So baby, I'm way too high, or is there something going on? I can't see with my eyes, with my eyes. Oh, is someone telling lies? I could be tripping, but it seems like something's just not right, just not right here. Don't wait till it's way too late. Don't let them get over. You might have to make them pay. Regret that shit off summer. Don't wait till it's way too late. Don't let them get over. You might have to make them pay. Regret that shit off summer. Baby, I'm way too high, or is there something going on? I can't see with my eyes, with my eyes. Oh, is someone telling lies? I could be tripping, but it seems like something's just not right, just not right here. Baby, I'm way too high, or is there something going on? I can't see with my eyes, with my eyes. Oh, is someone telling lies? I could be tripping, but it seems like something's just not right, just not right here.
You know this is Caliboards. And right now you're locked onto General Hydroponics Volume 4. Medicine for your plants, music for your soul. Play a tune.
Going to a party where music is in session. Going to a party where music is in session. We're going to a party, a General Hydroponics party. We're going to a party, a General Hydroponics party. Going to a party where music is in session. Going to a party where music is in session. Session, session.
Now, Tuna, I ask you, is there such thing as that, my G?
What's that?
I mean, I'm getting high right now in the booth, man. Yeah, I'ma pass that to you. I mean, I've been getting high all day, all night. Rock.
I get high like there ain't no tomorrow. Figure my life without weed, pure sorrow. Wake up in the morning, still high from last night. Hazy ass eyesight made my way to the swisher. 10 blunts up in one session. Teach weed lessons to beginners. Happy seeing double. Smoke one for the lost cause. Cause I feel like I'm on Mars. The more inhale, the more that I see stars. Might scribble out a few balls. I go hard, don't smoke with them niggas who go guard. Got my own sack, fiends rolling in the back door. Move on, no light, we gon' fight. My appetite for Mary Jane is alright. Meet her with my dudes and we go smoke all night. I'm smoking it on site. Me and Charlie Tuna, new cheeks and charms.
Man, I know what you mean, dog.
such thing as being high enough, though. I'm saying that it's like, can't just keep just smoking and just smoking. At a certain point, man, you don't get high no more, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like we said, Cheech and Chong, man, I'm in. Freaking the song, puffin' reap a long time coming. Roxy, man, fit be in a long line forming. If you inhaling, I'm knowing you can smell what I'm blowing. I exhaling, I'm glowing, dog, vivid. My chest full, like I got my breasts augmented. Used to smoke stress, now it's that dispensary designer stuff. Swish at least the fire, never. Yes, sir, of the best herb. I'm a gangstar when I manifest words. Whether hydroponic monitors or fresh dirt. I left work, now I'm puffing till my chest hurt. Yes, uplifting and such, known for ripping it up. But please don't ask me to piss in the cup. And never ask me if I would like a snip or a huff. I twist the spliff and I puff until I'm.
Yeah, Charlie Rock. There's a lane. Y'all already know I smoke, man, a whole forest up tree, man. Stay inhaling, brethren, incredible, holding incriminating evidence. My original black essence come from crack selling to the Dakia smooth selling. Who's telling on the Green Cross Club member? The blood filler, what it cost, nigga? Never mind, I'ma buy it all. I just smoked and I ain't. Lysol to cover up the tree cloud. Don't get mad at me, my weed's loud. Call the florist, quick, we need flowers. A mix of the power and the OG sour. A fact for the piercing pain in your back. Burn the Paul Pierce green growing all year. Feeling like where am I and how I got it here. I give up, I am. Man, he changed my name to Timberland. Timberland didn't give me a name. I'ma be Timberland, cause I smoke that much tree rain. Weed man.
I'll be here all day. Well, not all day, because I do want to go to the club, so I'll stay for a while. We'll have some fun.
Rasta stand for positive. Love is all we got to give. Bringing forth the remedies. Listen to your melodies. We're living for beyond today. Never we be led astray. Come my people, fight again. Natty dread, fight again. A Rastafari, I'm a senior. They make sure no Babylon come in ya. While me a stuff about join and me steamers. We come to bring reality to all the dreamers. Yeah, cause Babylon we not fear ya. Destruction and corruption will reveal ya. Now the people feel that music is our healer. Without words and our philosophies will free ya. Rasta stand for positive. Love is all we got to give. Bringing forth the remedies. Listen to your melodies. We're living for beyond today. Never we be led astray. Come my people, fight again. Natty dread, fight again. Running like a river, keep it flowing on today. People pushing new directions, got to change reality. Never let the system, Natty, get up in your face. No, we can't be stopped now, Natty dread, be on the way. Chastise the youths, them to come on to them. Tell you it's all false pretense. All false pretense. Destroying the youths, them with bad influence. Tell you it now make no sense. Oh, Rasta is for positive. Love is all we got to give. Bringing forth the remedies. Listen to your melodies. We're living for beyond today. Never we be led astray. Yeah, tell my people fight again. Natty dread, fight again. One love is what we want. One love is what we need. One love, got to get to what we
Call in right now, 562-653-0707. Phone lines are open, 562-653-0707 to talk to Heavy T and The Grow Show and win some free grow gear. So what's your vibe, bro?
Cause I always got that 425. Man, I got so high I couldn't even drive. Look at what I did by 25, nigga. Dizzy OG think I we alive. Cause I always got that 425. You know I got it. I always got that 425. You know I got it, nigga. You know I keep that 425. Blaze one with me then. Dizzy OG think I we alive. Hey, Dizzy OG all up in my paper. Hey, but is he right about to run for mayor? Whoa. Started my label, now they think I'm giving out favors. Too bad, a couple niggas that I used to fuck with turned into haters. Don't be hitting my line, cause I ain't got the time. I told you once, nigga don't front online. I know what the fuck you want. Seeing through these fools, mad cause I make their girlfriend booty move. With my G ways, I'm just too damn cool. Nigga, what life do to you? Ayy, looking mad at me. I be smoking, I be mad happy. I don't really worry about these niggas that be making comments, throwing jabs at me. Dad hat feeling dab happy with the 425. Ayy, I love Vegas for the 24/7 side. You can see that I always got that 425. Man, I got so high I couldn't even drive. Look at what I did by 25, nigga. Dizzy OG think I we alive. Cause I always got that 425. You know I got it. I always got that 425. You know I got it, nigga. You know I keep that 425. Blaze one with me then. Dizzy OG think I we alive. Hey.
Word around town is heavy down the road. They ain't never lied. All my bitches fly. April 25. Yeah, that's right. Bitch, I feel like Pac. Circa 95. Screaming death to all my haters. We can't let it slide. Bitch, I'm about to ride. Suicide. It's a suicide. Fucking with the squad. Never televised. Pray to stay alive. Play your lane or test your luck against the crew. Bitch, you decide. Foolish pride. Got these bitches out of pocket. I'm just cheaping with the tribe. Let's get high. Bitch, I'm blowing back to back to back. Kobe Shack. I'm too fucking high to see a hoe react. I'm too fucking faded to see you salty. I made it. They hated from the beginning. My pedals still hit the pavement. Oh, looking mad at me. I be smoking, I be mad happy. Yeah, they used to laugh at me. Now promoters don't cash at me. Money long, now we the strong. Now bitch, I be living that high life. Blowing that crispy the highlight. Pass me a light, now the vibes right.
Always got that 425. Man, I got so high I couldn't even drive. Look at what I did by 25, nigga. Dizzy OG think I we alive. Cause I always got that 425. You know I got it. I always got that 425. You know I got it, nigga. You know I keep that 425. Blaze one with me then. Dizzy OG think I we alive. Hey.
Mirrors of Berlin.
DFCRadio.com.
The cannabis portion of this show is designed as entertainment only for legal medicinal cannabis patients over 21 years of age and is not meant to encourage any other activity or use. Yeah, dick.
Talking about the Heavy T Roadshow. Knowing someone better than your show. And everybody knowing this whole show. Yeah. Talking about the Heavy T Roadshow.
Wednesday night, a little later than 6 tonight. F the 22 freeway. That's all I gotta say. I had to come all the way deep from the Orange County, behind the orange curtain out there. I was out there making things happen, slanging and banging. Right, Jack?
I thought you were dropping off your kid at a baseball game or something.
All right, that's what I was doing. But I wore my heavy T-shirt, so I'm easing the parents into what I do for a living.
So they might want to, in case they need a sack.
Next thing you know, they're asking them grow advice on the fucking baseball field.
It's like it's like Chef on his wedding night. He's like, just the tip. Let me just rub it on there for a second. You'll like it, I swear.
She didn't like it.
Ow!
They never like just the tip.
Pourquoi, Chef? Pourquoi?
I love my wife, but I think it took her a good 6 years to fully like me and love me and know me for who I am. And then it was like, it's never like that when you first get with your significant other. It's like you're faking it with each other for the first 3 years. You know each other. Like, oh, look, I'm not a terrible human. Oh, look, I'm not a terrible human either. And then pretty soon, like 3 years into the relationship, you realize, all right, look, I'm kind of fucked up. I'm not going to lie.
Well, everyone from Columbus, Ohio is fucked up.
Well, but let's talk about Calaveras County, because as much as Ohio is embarrassing, guys, the place that I grew up, like, people don't realize me and my wife met each other on the same street. Like, we grew up on the same fucking street. Country roads, fucking, without the fucking West Virginia shit. So, look.
Let's go out to that song for Chef.
It's for real, though. Like, her parents were the parents that would drive by and see me and my kids just, like, smoking weed in the front yard and be like, dude, she needs to stay away from that kid.
Has your wife ever seen you without a beard?
I've had a beard since I was in high school. It's
I know.
ridiculous. It's from all the steroids.
If he ever shaves, he's going to get a divorce.
It's all the steroids.
Hopefully she doesn't look at him
food.
with that app that takes your beard off.
I know. Let's do it. You got the app? Download that.
We got to download that right now.
Download the app and let's do it
for the show.
I got a wicked mean fucking scar on my chin from a fight when I was a kid, and I do not want that to show.
You got a Jerry Garcia tattoo, super sick.
I got a face tattoo.
I knew someone that toured with the dead. So, what's going on tonight? 562-653-0707. We're talking grow. We have a special guest. You might have heard him on the Farm to Table Cannabis show earlier, but it's Bird Valley. Is it farms or organic?
Bird Valley Organics. The real word you're going to have a problem with tonight is Hugelkultur. Dutch, can you speak German, Dutch?
Hugelkultur?
Das ist nicht good.
Are they
in
German?
deiner Freizeit.
No, but their growing practices are very much first world unique European Hugelkultur. I hope I'm saying that right. But Bird Valley Farms, they're doing it on the distribution level, the retail level, the grow level, and they're doing regenerative farming, which I don't know. T, you've been doing this longer than I have. What the fuck is regenerative farming?
Well, it's like
the
where
grass
like
grows back.
you regenerate.
You use the
and
roots.
So
it's
if I cut off my growing arm and I cut off my watering arm, will they grow
Like-
back?
Well, if you were a starfish, they would.
Like your garden is like Wolverine.
It's
just like
it only
that's
heals.
ultra fast. Yeah.
But I think it's more about feeding the soil and not so much regenerating your plants. But we'll talk about that, power veggies, and fucking everything that goes along with it.
But if you keep talking over me, you're gonna cut off your nose to spite your face, and you're out of here.
It won't be the first time you muted me.
Oh man, big time happenings in the hydro industry for some OGs. Man, horrible news. Chef, I want you to help me out with this because you know Travis a lot better. But Travis Barber, right, from Bare Roots up in Redding, California.
Well, dude, it's time to step up for sure.
Dude, he had. Can you tell Mark to answer the phone? Is Mark gonna answer the goddamn phone? Mark, answer the phone.
I think he's busy.
Oh, Jack's on it. He's on it.
Saying you answer the phone and help Mark out.
But just an all around great dude though, like one of God's rare creatures. Like one of the very first stores I ever visited when I started doing this traveling on the road for the hydro industry thing, like 6 years ago now. Bare Roots Redding was one of the very first stores I ever met. And
Travis was one of the OG listeners of the Heavy Tea Grow Show.
Bro,
I would
he
call in
promoted
and
the
promote
show.
it.
Yeah, promoted the show.
I've spent hours at craps tables and at shows with him in Vegas, losing my money.
But the reason why we get so
He was like,
sentimental,
this is what you bet, the pass line. I'm like, I'm passing on losing my money, sucker.
Was he winning at least?
but the reason why we get so sentimental about
He
it is
seemed like
because
he had a lot more money than I did too.
we've lost a lot of people in the hydro industry this year, and unfortunately 2020 was a shitty year, and 2021 has already started off in a weird situation. So to see something bad happen to another person, but thank God he's alive, we're super grateful. And for those that don't,
Chef, pull up the link so you can give the link out or tell people where to go. But
It's the-
Travis on April 19th, the day before 420, the industry's holiday.
Wait, 19 comes.
420 Eve.
Yeah, it does,
Oh,
and that's also Horty Chris's birthday, so it's symbolic from the Luciferian pedophile.
I was gonna say that's all. What we didn't know is that's the real 666, 419.
No, but well, I'm trying to be serious. Travis went down to Shasta Lake with a buddy, and we don't know exactly what happened. It's being listed as a hate crime, but allegedly someone was talking shit to the person he was with or a family member, and things escalated, and Travis was shot 4 times, including once in the side of the head, left side of the head. And he's in critical condition up in
Shasta, Northern California, Redding.
And it's a very and thankfully there were other people there that were armed, and they actually took the dude into custody that shot him and kept him there until the sheriffs arrived. But it's super crazy, super gnarly. I mean, Chef, elaborate a little bit, because I found out from you, and I know that you got boots on the ground and what's going on. What's the latest?
Well, I mean, there isn't so much latest as far as like what's happened. We just know that luckily they caught the guy. Travis is making a recovery so far, and they keep updating his Facebook every day. But as of now, right now, the guy's in custody. They held the dude at gunpoint until the authorities arrived, and the most important thing is he's strong. People in this industry care about it. They've got a GoFundMe, and you can go donate and take care of our boy Travis, who's going to need some help and healing.
$1, $5, $10. I mean, this is the dude that, like so many guys at grow shops, where they'll sit there and rap with you about what's going on, give you the time of day, and talk whether you are a beginner or a commercial expert grower. Talk to you about everything that you need to know. Give you his time. Wait after hours. Open up early. Much like Big Jack did at Long Beach Hydro for so many years.
And you can go check it out at GoFundMe.com/help Travis Barber of Bare Roots. And I mean, anyone who contributes, all the hydro companies, these guys have sold your products for many moons. Go give what you can. help our boy get back on his feet, because again, he's one of God's rare creatures on this earth, spreading the word about hydro and doing it, and never losing his patience and putting the good word out there. So just support those that support you.
And straight up, dude, I mean, I own guns because other people that are crazy as shit own guns, and but straight up, I could never imagine trying to take someone's life over an argument of anything.
Yeah, I don't bring my
defending my
gun to,
house,
like,
my
lake
family,
arguments,
my
yeah.
friends. I mean, what it could be so serious, and it was labeled as a hate crime, wasn't it, Chef?
No, I mean we don't know the circumstances, so we can't really comment or speculate. But when you think about it, it goes back to every one of us are living on this world with other people. Okay, there's a lot. This entire world is always just set to fucking flame. You don't know what kind of day someone's having. You don't know what's happening when you're talking to someone. You don't know someone's story. So the moral, I think, to take away from this is,
don't grow a chin beard.
Well, respect the people around you, and respect your the others, because it takes so easy to pop off at the mouth or offend someone or defend someone or say the right thing or the wrong thing. You can't walk around your world tiptoeing on things, but I'll think twice when I say something to somebody. I'll think twice before someone says something to me. And, taking it to real world situations is the best thing that can come out of this is we all learn something that'll keep more people from having something horrible like this happen to them. And, if it's stopping hate crime, if it's, putting a light on the right way to treat people, the right way to talk to people, the biggest thing to take away from this is find something positive in it. And Travis is one of those people that has always taken every situation, every opinionated situation, and turned it into something that was positive. And I think he'll do the same thing with this. And we give our prayers to him and his family going through this right now.
But if you can donate, tell them the link one more time.
It's GoFundMe.com/help Travis Barber.
Oh, I just got
of Bare Roots.
Text message here for Chris from Pacific Grow Supply. He said, "Count on us, bro. He's been with us for years. Super sad, bro." So yeah, if you can, if you're a big company, a little company, someone that has some spare change, just anything you can donate to help out Travis and his family at this time. And as we get more information, we'll update you each week. Hey, what are you lighting the torch on the table for? Calm down.
Dutch is feeling some type of way. You gotta understand.
I was waiting for his dreads to light up.
It's 420.
The dreads don't burn.
Yeah, it's the day after 420.
Oh, yeah.
There was a big celebratory day yesterday, and we'll keep with the somber mood and tone. But that motherfucker got found guilty of all 3 charges. So there's another reason to kind of walk with your justice is a rare thing in this country. Sometimes karma used to take so fucking long, and I said it before. Karma takes a lot less time nowadays, and the streets spoke and the jury listened.
I don't know if karma sped up with the internet or anything.
Maybe.
Chef. I think that you're just kind of making shit up as you go along now.
Yeah, well, at least I'm talking more than I did last week.
It's because there's less time left of the planet, so it needs to act quicker.
But yeah, that motherfucker Chauvin got found guilty, and he's gonna find out what happens in prison.
Well, you're pulling stuff across my feet, Dutch.
Does it feel good?
I thought that was an analogy for our conversation.
So listen, guys,
Right.
we so go support Travis, but we're here to talk grow. So call in 562-653-0707. Bird Valley Organics are coming on. It's who's it?
Manny and Terry.
Manny and Terry. I knew that.
They just drove all the way down here from NorCal. They got roots in Long Beach. But, dude, the second they got here, they got in a fucking fender bender, and some car tried to run them over.
It was probably in our
from a
parking
fender
lot.
bender to a
Dude, do you know what happened last night at the bar that's 2 doors down?
I heard there was a stabbing, so we went over
Sounds like
there
a band.
and we asked the bartender, what the dude
What
have
else
that
did
got
he
stabbed? Can we drink what he had?
I want what he's having.
What happened?
No, you want the
Give me
guy
the
that stabbed the guy's drink.
No.
Yeah. Why would you want the drink of someone
Of
who's
the
been
stabbee.
stabbed?
Why do you want
Yeah.
the stabbee?
Because
drink?
whatever
the shit he was drinking,
whatever
that got him
he
stabbed?
had got him wild. Whatever the dude that stabbed him had was his everyday drink. Let's be honest.
The stabber.
Let's just be careful out there. Everyone should just be smoking weed. I always said if if like armies got together before war and just smoked some good
Breaking
ganja,
news.
they'd be like, "What are we?"
The stabbing
fighting about?
happened over weed.
Be like,
What
this
are
is
we
why you
fighting
guys
about?
are pissed because you got boof.
Is that some hummus over there? Fuck yeah, that's some hummus. Is that some
With the
spaghetti
hiking-
over there? Fuck yeah, that's some spaghetti.
With
Let's
the hi-
fucking have a picnic.
With the hiking prices of the Oreos cut.
I'm pretty sure that
People have been stabbed.
Thanksgiving is surrounded around, and Dutch will agree with this, surrounded around cannabis because the Indians and the Pilgrims started hanging out
they
together.
got high
No, it's the
together.
only reason they got them to share a meal together.
Yeah, that's weed.
The Pilgrims were
I
like,
don't know about that.
That's my
Pilgrims
story.
were like,
I'm sticking to it.
what
Let's
is
go.
that smell coming from your peace pipe? And they were like, why don't you try
That's
it?
peyote, player.
For this and
it
more
doesn't make you
conspiracy
hungry.
theories, stay tuned for more DFZ radio.
It makes you feel like you got to barf, poop, and pee on all at the same time.
It makes you
Your
think
eye-
cranberries
your
are good
eyes
with
are
turkey.
bleeding.
You're like, I got to go to the bathroom.
That's how I feel after every Thanksgiving.
Hey, cranberry sauce is good, man.
If you're high, cranberry
That's-
sauce is bomb.
Bro,
Dude,
have
that's
you ever
Dutch's
had-
next strain is
You never
cranberry
had like
sauce.
you've never like
Cranberry
done
Julius.
like a
No, cranberry sauce
turkey
is good.
sandwich,
Say
No,
how
I
many
agree.
mayo, cranberry.
How many
just
reel
having
these
a
guys in,
conversation.
please? Either turn them off or shut them up somehow.
Wow.
Because we're going to the phone lines to talk grow.
Let's go.
These guys are talking cranberry sauce and
Yeah.
all kinds
We're
of
talking
stuff.
about
Thank
fucking
Thanksgiving.
whatever, man.
Hey, Thanksgiving, dog.
It was
Come
about
on, dog.
weed though.
420, man. That's why we're smoking this weed.
It was about weed.
What did you guys do for 420?
I got high.
I gardened my plants, and I was thinking that was the right thing to do. Everyone's getting high for 420,
Flex Master
and,
Mids.
and I'm growing what you need for 420.
Can you change his name on the
Every
show
day.
to Flex Master Mids?
Flex Master Mids on the bottom,
Flex Master Mids.
Mids Master Mids.
or Mids Flex Master.
Mids Flex Master.
Mids.
Flex no,
Mids
Flex
McGillicuddy.
Master Mids.
Okay,
Mids McGillicuddy.
I get a capital.
Can you spell?
you had to put a capital.
Somerset is one hell
Bro,
of a
I
school.
spelled it 100% correct.
Yeah, you never had it wrong.
Can you read?
But how come you can remember something he told you over one drunken night at fucking the
Me?
steakhouse?
Me?
Yeah, but you can't remember anything else. You know that it's high school he went to
What is he remembering?
just for shit talking.
I remember
purposes.
everything.
Just for shit talking
I
purposes.
got a fucking steel cage for a brain.
Okay, well, we'll test that off
Steel
air.
trap.
I got a Faraday cage for a brain.
They always escape.
A rusty ferret.
Ferrets are always out.
Faraday, not ferret. Faraday. Ferret.
It smells like
ferret.
ferret.
Ferret brain, because my name is Tyler.
always out.
All right. Thanks for tuning in. So other than that, line one. We got Speech from West Coast.
Hello?
What up, man?
Hey, what's happening? What's happening, everybody?
Not much. Not much. How you doing?
Hey, no, I'm doing good, living blessed, less stressed every day, you know?
I'm glad to hear it. How was your 420?
Can't complain. Can't complain. As one of you guys said, I was also in the garden, you know, tending to my little babies, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, you got to be there
Yeah.
daily, even on holidays.
Exactly.
Is it true?
Exactly.
Yep.
You know, which that actually brings me to my question for the evening. So, just about a week ago, I took some cuts. I'm a first-time grower for the most part, and it's my first time attempting to clone. And so a week ago, I took some cuts, and I'm just now starting to get some roots. I was just wondering, would now be a good time to put them, to transplant them into like solo cups or like some 1 gallons or something, or should I just leave them?
What do you mean? They're starting to get some roots. Like you got
one root,
like a little shark tooth coming out, or do you have several roots coming out?
I've got several roots. They poked through the Rockwool cube at this point.
Mm-hmm.
On one specific one, there's a few of them that still haven't kind of got there, but there's a couple that have already broken through the Rockwool all the way. So they're poking out the bottom.
Okay. Absolutely. As soon as you see multiple roots coming out, you can transplant. Do you have to transplant right then? Not necessarily. If you're trying to do it all at once, the other ones that you have taken cuts of are probably not far behind in terms of them busting out as well. What you don't want to happen is those roots to start lining the tray, and you're basically vegetative growing now in your clone tray.
And then you don't want to do them too early where they get limp too.
But as soon as those roots pop out,
Then
you need to feed them. You need to feed them and add some type of stimulant.
Okay.
Are you
Okay.
going into soil or keeping them in rock wool?
I'll be going in the soil.
Cool. So what you can use is some Mission Fertilizer roots. And
Say that again?
Mission Fertilizer roots, so it helps
Mhm.
stimulate that root growth, because when you go into the soil, you need that root growth going. You also want to use some type of beneficial, like a mycorrhizal product. The Dynamyco is killer. And you throw that down right below where you plant. Those roots explode. You add the root stimulator with Mission Roots, and before you know it, it's going to fill up that solo cup. But you can go into up to a 1 gallon. You just don't
Okay.
ever want to put a clone into a bigger pot, like a 5 gallon or so. And the reason why is those roots start elongating, and they just keep going. They'll keep growing as long as you're not overwatering or causing any problems, and they'll grow and grow. And what happens above soil line is the stem or the stalk starts elongating, so you end up with this super fucking tall, skinny plant that has no nodes or branching. So that's why you pot up, where you start with a small pot or a small cup, and then you move up from there. You don't have to go by half gallons or whole gallons, right, Dutch? Like a solo cup, or sorry, Jack, if you got something to say, but a solo cup is great, but you might go from a solo cup to a 1 gallon, and from there to like a 3 or 5 gallon.
Like you could do as many small steps as you want. It's not going to hurt the plant. It's just more labor for you. It's common to just go from a solo cup.
Well, it's more labor for Marcos Pollos.
Yeah.
He does that in my garden.
But from a solo cup, when it's fully rooted, you could go
badly
to a 3 gallon at that point. But if you want, you could even just put it in something like a 2 gallon if you want to build roots again in a 2 gallon before you go to a 5 or something like that.
What I like to do is, like you said, you can skip the sizes, but I feel once you're in a 1 gallon
rooted
and you're fully rooted in a 1 gallon, you could go to 3, 5. Set like
10.
You know what I mean?
It's
At that
ready.
point,
It's established.
Exactly. And if you water it properly, like meaning the bigger the pot you go into, the more precise you are with how much water you're actually delivering to the plant. Because the bigger the pot, you don't want to saturate the full area right off the bat.
Yeah.
Like let's say if you do a 1 to a 3 gallon or 1 to a 5, go ahead and water that thing fully. You start getting to 7, 10, or 15 gallons, something bigger, and then that goes like for the solo cup to a 5 gallon as well. You want to water it just in that immediate area so you know just around that solo cup is fully saturated. And then let that area dry down and then come up with another watering that's a little bit more. And what you're going to do is you're going to do that same thing like being in a smaller pot. You're going to encourage the root zone to stay in its immediate area because you're going to deliver that water where it needs to be. And then it's also going to have a quicker dry down period where you're going to bring more oxygen back into your root zone, which then is going to kick off the root growth even more. So you do that until it kind of builds out, and then once you're done that, you know, it's just like hardening off. You do that over time, maybe 3 or 4
Just
waterings.
like soil bed.
Yeah, just like a soil bed. And then next thing you know, your roots are fully taking up that 5 gallon pot. They're comfortable. They're not lanky. They're nice, compact, robust, vigorous root system, and it's kind of like just training it.
So going back to the original thing, if you have a couple sharks, we call them shark teeth. That's where the white root starts pushing out. It looks like a little shark tooth.
You gotta wait. That's when you hit it with the Azos.
Yeah, you could hit it with a beneficial at that point. You could hit it with the roots at that point. But you start stimulating root growth and feeding it because now the plant is going to be hungry. So whatever you had pre-soaked your rock wool with, if you included food in it, which you should always include when you pre-soak a light dilution of whatever base nutrient you are using, preferably a bloom-based nutrient because it's higher in phosphorus. Phosphorus promotes root growth. But as soon as the root sprouts and the phosphorus helps that root growth, it's going to want nitrogen. So you come with your vegetative nutrient, and you get it growing on.
Okay. Well, shoot. My question, y'all blew it out the water.
Fuck yeah, we did. What do you think we do here?
Coach T would say you hit a bomb.
Yeah, Coach T.
Hey,
hit a bomb.
Hey, dude, are you trying to shoot on Coach T? You see Coach T's skills.
My favorite is Coach T's stretching.
Where I stretch like this when I got a seltzer, I'm like, yeah, boys,
Yeah.
look good.
Yeah, physically stretching is a feminine trait.
All right.
Oh well, I've seen him do it. So.
I was super stretched.
Yeah,
hot chicks love it.
Well, gentlemen,
yes.
I appreciate the information. I'm definitely got to get that applied, like on the ASAP.
He's done
But
with us.
I think I'm gonna have to head out.
He's done
I'm
with
gonna have
us.
to head out.
All right, player. Well, check this out. I'm going to send you some Geopods, some Mission Roots, some Dynamico, and I'm going to give you some Mission Enhance as well.
Enhance?
Enhance. You fucking coolero.
Enchant.
Go to dfzradio.com and fill out your information there. That's how you claim your prize. It's claim your prize at the top, and it's either local pickup or shipping, and all the options are there for you. Make sure you use the same phone number that you called in with. That's how we verify you.
All right. And what was that website one more time?
It's DFZ Radio. It stands for DuffFreeZoneRadio.com, but DFZ.
Oh, got you. All right. I will be definitely doing that.
All right.
And then once again, man, I appreciate all the information you guys passed on to me. Definitely got to get that applied.
Yeah, step your game up, sucker. Shit. Gotta spend $420 in your garden. I don't spend no $420 in my garden. My plants look shitty today. But you know what? I was like, this $421. I'm rededicating myself.
Yeah, now you got
I'm
water.
rededicating myself.
It's a
I'm
grower's
like,
New Year's resolution.
That was a dry back. What do you mean that was a dry back?
I went in and pruned today, and I was like, what are all these webs in here? Oh, shit.
Crop steering.
I was like, I didn't know Peter Parker lived at my house. Damn. Looking good.
That's what we should just call you, Peter Parker.
No, this motherfucker is Peter Parker. This is Flexmaster Mids. All right?
In the flesh.
He stays with the
I
webs.
got
Stay with the
I got the backpack sprayer though, so there's no webs.
I keep the web so I don't got to get the web.
There might be some bites.
That part.
There's bites.
That part.
You know, you get some bites.
Yeah, I bought Cali Breeze last week. That part.
Sometimes
Cali Breeze was like,
that part.
Sometimes
this sword that I'm eating right here.
So don't you hate it when you're in your grow room and just something like comes up and bites you? Like no. What?
What are those bugs that
that's a
burrow
mouse.
into your forearms and cause those red spots? I have no idea. Yeah, you do.
Those
crystal
are bed bugs.
methamphetamine.
Yeah, those are either crystal meth or bed bugs.
Let's go to another question. Let's go to Oregon. We have Ryan in Oregon. Hey, Ryan.
Hello?
What's going on, my man?
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Not a lot, man. Good. I am in the process of getting my room set back up after a 2-year hiatus.
All right. What can we do for you?
And I use a current. I'm sorry. What was that?
I say, what can I help you with?
Hello?
We're here, doggy. Take us off speakerphone, Ryan. Take us off speakerphone. You'll hear us better.
Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that.
It's all good.
I gotta get my Bluetooth here.
Who's got a Bluetooth us? Do you want our Wi-Fi code?
Can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Are you there?
Hello.
Awesome, guys. Here's my thing. I was hitting up some guys on Instagram trying to get some information. A guy, New England Nugs, who had some dank-looking shit. I was asking him some questions. He gave me your number to call you guys. He said you guys are going to hook me up.
All right.
My issue was that I've been using current culture nutrients,
Okay.
and it's been lacking flavor and kind of has a weak smell and stuff like that. I can get pretty good stuff, but I was looking into something new.
What strand
And
of var are you
wondering
growing?
what the best place,
And are you in an undercurrent?
Oh, sorry, what was that?
He is in an undercurrent.
Okay.
What strand
Yeah,
of var are you
yeah,
growing? What strain
I
are you
have
growing?
that set up here.
All right. Hey, I'm gonna need you to work with me,
I'm
Ryan.
gonna grow right now,
Ryan, slow down real quick. Okay, just slow
Coach
down.
T. Coach T.
Take a deep breath, and we're gonna work together. Okay? This is a dialogue.
Okay.
I'm not gonna talk over you. You're not gonna talk over me. What strain are you growing?
Okay.
Okay. What strain are
Lemon
you growing?
G.
Now we're talking over each other.
It's a sativa.
Okay. Do you know other guys that are growing it? The same strain?
I have communication with somebody, yeah.
Okay, so are they experiencing or getting better flavors and terpene profile? My reason for asking is this, Ryan. Do we just have a dud Stradivar that you think should have a certain terp or flavor profile, and maybe it's just not in the genetics? So do you know other people that are getting better flavors out of the same strain?
this will be my first time with this strain, so I actually haven't grown this one. I've experienced this with a variety of other strains previously.
Okay, so in the undercurrent, with undercurrent newts, you just don't think it's bringing out the full potential of your strain.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's and talking to other people, I've heard the same experience.
When you're growing, is it aromatic where the plant smells great and it seems to lose it after harvest?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
Like it has a short shelf life.
It doesn't. It stay. I mean, I keep it pretty preserved. It has a weak smell and not a lot of flavor, and it just kind of stays that way for a while.
Okay.
For as long as I have it.
Okay, so several different strains because dude, the terpene profile, the flavonoid, the aromatic profile, the esters that give the smells to the flowers, they're fragile. And if we don't preserve them correctly, where we dry correctly and wait till it's entirely dry before we actually bag it or start curing it in a closed jar, a bag, a sea vault, something like that, that can destroy the terpene and all of those fragile elements, and they break down and they start degrading. All right? So why I asked if it smells good when it's growing, because that's what's coming out of it. But if you don't let it completely dry at the end, where you may feel the flower or look at the flower, or even do a humidity test on the flower, but the flower is not the densest part of the plant. The densest part of the plant is the stalk and the stem, and that holds the most moisture. So even when the flower, which is far less dense than the fiber on the stems, it once it dries out, growers a lot of times think that it's dry, right? Okay, you could even crumble it up and smoke it. But once you bag it up, that innermost moisture, the dry parts, just like if you had a towel in a bucket, a dry towel, and you put a tip in a bucket, and the towel was dry, but the bucket's wet, right? Eventually it's going to wick everything out. That's what the flower does. And when that starts breaking down and decomposing your terpenes and stuff. So make sure, and this is not just for you, Ryan, it's for all the growers out there, because this is a common mistake. We put in such a large effort to grow correctly, use the right nutrients, pest control, lighting, everything that we do. And then at the end, dudes are in a rush to get it done and think it's ready, and they want to have a good they want to have a good smoke. They might need some head smoke or whatever, and they start bagging it up thinking it's ready. And what happens is that oxidation starts degrading the plant. But if that's not happening with you, how we bring out the full potential of the plant is we got to give it complete nutrition and give it what it needs at the key points. So if we're not bringing out the full potential of it, that's a different story. Now, undercurrent nutrients are complete. They're great nutrients. You can use things, additives alongside that, like Terpinator or Perpinator, that are awesome, and they fit into any nutrient regimen, but it will fill in the gaps that certain nutrient companies or nutrient schedules have, and it will also fill in the gaps of our growing or lack of growing, where we are, as growers, missed a small window to bring out the full potential of the plant during that growth cycle. And again, listeners, and for you too, Ryan, we are flowering in an 8-week cycle indoors. It goes fucking fast. Potential windows are days to maybe a week or two to maximize the full potential of the plant at that stage, right? Flower development, if I have a severe lack of phosphorus, potassium, I don't have full genetic potential, or I have bugs or an environmental problem on weeks 4 and 5 of flower, I'm fucked. I'm not going to get those weeks back of flower building. So my yield is going to be down 30, 40%. You know what I'm saying, Dad?
Yeah.
Are you over there laughing?
No, it's laughing at
You're laughing
BMT.
at your dreadlocks
At
about to be
BMT.
burned off.
No, they don't burn. They don't burn. I've
Let's
said
see.
that before.
Prove it.
You really want me to prove it?
Yeah, let's see if you hold on, Ryan.
These dreadlocks might break, but they just don't burn. My
Do you really
name
want
is
me to prove
Dutch,
it?
and I'm high off
Cut
Sherm.
a little piece off and let us fire test it.
Let's biotest this. What do you have in there?
Everything.
Neem oil?
Damn,
Neil?
he could not.
You just pulled a dread
He
out.
just pulled a dread off.
No!
Live on the air, and it doesn't burn.
Well, you're not really trying to burn it. You're
That's
just kinda
fire
like-
resistant.
I'm saving you from the smell.
It's putting
Tell
out.
me.
It's
Tell
putting out
me.
the fire.
It
Whoa.
doesn't burn, baby.
All right, that's impressive.
I've done this I've done that so many times. It's not even funny.
You should start a
It's
one
not
man
even
show.
funny how many times
you
I've
should
done
start
that.
a one man show. I don't know a lot of white people that know
so
that.
Ryan,
If yours grows on fire,
back
dreadlocks
to
will
Ryan's
put it out.
question.
Weed.
Back to Ryan's question. You're gonna use full minerals and undercurrent system, deep water cultivation system, and absolutely you can get full genetic
challenge
potential of it. You may lose some of the earthy undertones that you have in an organic farm or a soil-based grow medium, or if you use biominerals, but you will get what the plant should produce if you feed the plant correctly, if it has adequate nutrition, and then if you think you missed a part of the grow where you didn't maximize it, always use terpinator and perpinator in your grow to bring out the full color and terpene profile, and that will help. But the main component to preserving what you think is there or is there, it's actually there. You smell the flower, right? We use charcoal filters in our grow because the flowers fucking reek. And people are like, how come after I harvest, my flowers don't even, they smell like hay. They smell like nothing. Well, you bagged it wet. And you didn't know it was completely wet, but the inner part of the flower, the stalk was wet, and that dry flower wicked it out, and we didn't burp it enough to release the moisture. The moisture caused oxidation that destroyed your terpene and your esters.
But then back to
Got
your.
it. Makes sense, man. Thank you very much.
No doubt, dude. Hey, Brian, I appreciate you being a first-time caller, and New England Nugs, dude, those guys are doing it right. I love watching their feed because they've been listeners forever, and they got these motherfucking CFLs hanging in between their main 100,000 watt
Yields.
HPS, and they're like, we don't yield the same without these, and they're like the 125 bulbs, and it's just fucking stacks of donkey dicks.
More grams per watt.
There's no chopsticks in their garden. It's donkey dicks. So you're talking to the right people, Ryan, and I appreciate you calling. And I'm going to send you some Terpinator and Perpinator from Left Coast Wholesale and RiseUpFlora.com. Go to follow at Terpinator Oil on Instagram and at Perpinator Oil. And I also have a Flora Series box for you to try out, dude. The Flora Series is completely compatible with Undercurrent or DWC. Use all the minerals. I would stay away from the organics in the series, like the Floraliciouses and things like that. As organics don't play well in DWC unless you have chillers and know what you're doing if you're more experienced. So
I want to do something special for the listener,
three
too.
part, the Cool Bloom and the Terpinator and Perpinator, all going to you, brother. Go to claim your prize at DFC
I want to
Radio.
do something
Sorry,
special for the listener, though, too.
What do you want to do?
I want to go ahead and throw in
the burnt dread.
My unburnt dreadlock.
You want a dreadlock? We'll send you a dreadlock, dude. We're sending you an unburnt dreadlock.
Hell yeah.
That's a good
Yeah,
luck
why
charm.
not?
Put it on there like a rabbit's foot on your keychain.
It's better than an NFT.
It's my NFT. So, one day I'll do something great,
that's
and
just
then
gonna
it'll
sell
be
one
worth a
day.
lot of money, man.
He's in Oregon. He's got dreadlocks just laying around.
I gotta take a break.
That
It
time it
smells like
doesn't.
burnt hair in here.
You guys fucking asked for it, man. Like,
and
we
have
gotta get
guests.
Bird Valley in here, and they're gonna be like, "Dude, it smells like burnt hair."
It's not my fault.
All
It's
right,
not my
Ryan.
fault.
Thanks, bro.
You fucking challenge me.
Thanks for calling.
Rise to it. I rise to the occasion.
Let's go to Mo Buddy. Now, Mo Buddy's gonna be pissed because
I know he's gonna be mad. He's like, dude, he's
you know why? I know why.
He had the same question.
Let's. I'm not gonna. Let's just go to Mo Buddy. Happy 420, Mo Buddy. And before you tell me you didn't get your
What's up, y'all?
package, you know we got the code.
Man, I ain't got none of my packages.
They
for
were
like
the
a whole year.
COVID. Did
Where
you go
y'all
claim your
at?
prize? Did you go
Oh
claim
my
your prize?
God.
Oh my god.
Dude,
I mean,
I told you,
Allegedly,
man.
this is
I told
all-
you.
Oh my.
I told you. This is bullshit, bro. This is bullshit.
Oh my god.
Everyone gets their prize.
This motherfucker got more
make me
shit.
Becky on you.
You got a
Don't make me
sponsor from
Becky.
Heavy
I'm
Cheese
not
Grow
caring.
Show.
Mo
Don't
not
make
getting
me
his
send one
prize
of
is
my
just
hoes over there.
satire for the show.
He didn't get. He
Do
was
I-
supposed to
Do I
get.
need to send one of my hoes over there to suck one of y'all dicks to get my prize?
Well, that one hurt.
I mean,
Saint is
Look at
like,
Doug said, he said back, he said, do what you gotta do, bro.
My-
I ain't even stunting, bro. If you gotta do that, send the bitch over.
Saint, yeah, hey, Saint's the one.
No, our shipping guy got COVID and has been out.
I got you saying, yeah.
I ain't worried about it.
Manny got COVID.
Shit, y'all.
Manny, the day after we talked,
we go to the steakhouse. We got to pull the bitches off.
Hold on. This is what Manny said. The day after the show, last show that you called in and were like, I'm sending you the flyers, everything for your event. He calls me in the morning. He's like, D, I woke up with a fever and the shivers. And I was like, hey, stay home and get a COVID test, player.
Man, he got COVID.
So last year we all had masks on in the studio, and now at the same time this year we just got a COVID guy right there on the other side of the wall walking around.
We've changed. We've changed.
No, last year we had another COVID guy right behind the wall.
I know.
No, what's jacked up is my daughter. My daughter got COVID, and we just kept her in the basement, and she came up every now and then. Nobody else in the house got COVID.
Well, that's smart.
Nobody else got COVID.
Yeah, you just got to quarantine them in their basement cage.
I kept my daughter. It's the children under the
I
stairs.
hope it's a nice basement.
No, man, no. She already has her own little basement room set up with all the bathroom and everything else. She got her own little microwave, everything. She don't need nothing in there.
Yeah.
But
damn,
she lives better than us out here.
I feel you. So how was your 420, buddy?
It went pretty good. The show went, fucking snowstorm. Man, we got hit with a snowstorm in the morning.
You
I
live in
kept playing ball.
Kansas City.
Oh, Missouri. Man, we
I
in Missouri.
feel
We
you.
was out
Sorry.
there, Columbia, Missouri. It went pretty good.
Same thing.
I sold out all my
Ain't in Kansas
edibles.
anymore.
Went go-go.
All right. You were going with your boots, ostrich skins?
Hell no, but I had those motherfucking high-dollar Adidas.
Yeah, you got to let them know you're somebody.
That should be the grand prize question: is what state
That's it.
is
I'm
Mo
coming out
from?
with the ostrich Adidas. We're just gonna make a sports shoe
no one
line,
else
and
got
instead
COVID.
of like a
Sports shoe,
Puma or something like that,
ostrich
it's just
sports
gonna be an
shoe.
ostrich on it. That's our logo.
An ostrich
No,
basketball
man.
shoe.
Hey, man, Troop used to do that shit back in the day.
Ostrich cleats.
Somebody?
No, the shoe Troops. Y'all remember Troops? The
Nah.
shoes
You ever
from the
remember?
base?
You remember
I know
Pro
y'all had
Wings?
some people in your family that was on the base.
I'm bringing Pro Wings back.
Some ostrich ice skates.
Man, I fuck with kids still, boy. I still fuck with kids and Oshkosh Bagosh.
I thought you were somebody, but I'm gonna rethink that.
Oh, man, that just says I collect a shitload of shoes.
So what's going on with you though?
Man, I'm still stoked and hyped about that little thing we just came from. There was some genetics out there. And,
What'd you get?
Man, they had, dude, I got all kind of shit. I got some Lumpy's cut apple fritter.
You got flowers or you got clones?
Huh?
You got flowers
I got
of
clones.
these or you got clones? Nice.
Oh, I got the clones. I got their prize cuts, and then I grabbed another Mimosa prize cut that's been sitting around, running around everywhere. I forgot where they grabbed it from, but they gave me the lineage and everything. I got to go pick up the rest of the paperwork on it. They had some work out there, and I got to see all the flowers and shit, smoke them all, try them all, and I was impressed. There's a little crew out of St. Louis. It's an old set of dudes, man. These motherfuckers is old. They ran up on me like some gangsters. I was kind of offset. I had to push back on him. I was like, "Hey, old man, come up on me." He said he laid a bud on me real hard and threw the bud at me. I was like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "This motherfucker's killed." This old man down there in St. Louis, can't say his name, but he's killing it. He got some trees. It's an old cat and it's an old group down there that's killing it in the bud game. That's all I can say. I ain't doing nothing near these fools.
I think you're getting an Amazon package right now. You putting something in Runs bags?
What, you got Amazon?
No, your dog's alerting there's someone on the porch.
No, my old lady and the kids is here. Go inside, fool.
Damn, yeah, that's right. Is it, were you talking to the dog or
No.
the kids?
Yeah, yell at that dog.
Or did you tell your daughter to go in the basement?
That nigga pay rent now. I can't say nothing to her.
That's Carla Jude Williams.
True.
No, man, but
no, the Lumpy's cut should be good. I've had Cushman that's Lumpy's cut, and that thing is an awesome version of the Cushman's.
Just make sure you label it right because I have Mark over there.
Well,
He
yeah,
was-
that's your
He was like,
problem.
"What is
That's a
this?
heavy T problem.
What is this TN?" I'm like, "TN."
Man, we got the cut
TN?
for
I was
200,
like, maybe Thin
and we
Mints?
was happy to
Lumpy.
get it for 200.
And
And we grabbed how many other cuts did we grab? I think we grabbed 4 of the cuts. We got 4 of the cuts. There was only 5 on the table. We can only get 5, so my whole little group grabbed all all of them. So
Well, I'm glad that
that's pretty much we kind of swapped them all up.
I'm
'cause
glad that
you know,
Missouri's
those
stepping their
amongst
game
us-
up finally.
Dude, Missouri's. I didn't get to touch base with these people all the way up till now. It shows you how far and how different the motherfuckers is growing from here to there. And you can talk bad about a motherfucker until you actually get over there and see it.
I ain't talking bad about
A
nothing.
lot
I said
of
I'm glad you're stepping your game
not
up.
y'all, not y'all. I'm talking about myself. I had to slap myself in the mouth and be like, "Oops."
Yeah, you were talking
can't
mad
just keep
shit on all
speaking
your
on-
peeps. You're talking about
nah.
Gorilla
I talked
Glue.
on- Who?
You say everyone's growing Gorilla Glue and something else.
They is too. They is. But guess what? Guess what?
I'm about to fire Gorilla Glue back off because that shit's proper.
That shit stinks.
I'm about to
Hey,
cross
it's
the glue
what's
with the
hot
fucking
here.
Oreos.
That's what they want.
We already femmed out the Oreos.
Oreos.
And we're just sprinkling it all over
It's
everything.
smells through the wall.
I mean turtleless.
Oh
Not
no!
we.
Hey,
Turtle.
Black Market. You want some of them? You want some of them beans?
Yes.
Them fucking from the cross.
Hey, any
Yes.
transactions done
Yes.
on this show, I get $50.
I want
Dude,
any-
this isn't happening
I'll
right
see
now.
you.
None of this
I
is
see you
true.
back there with
No,
them
this
fucking
is all for
crosses,
entertainment
man.
purposes.
Mail the seeds to the studio in care of Black Market.
There's no
Alright.
studio.
Yeah, yeah. Just put the
This
motherfuckers.
isn't a real
send it-
place.
I'm sitting in Tyler's house. I already know where that address is.
We gotta let this guy go, dog.
It's getting real fucking
Hang
loose
on,
around
whoa.
here. All right.
Later, buddy. Later, buddy. Go claim your prize so we get your shit.
You went too far.
He hung up on me.
Oh, I gotta take first break. Sorry.
Yeah, just hang on hold. We'll be back after the break.
Go put on your ostrich boots and post that shit. I'll take your call
This
again.
motherfucker's crazy.
Yeah, that was a good one then.
All right.
That was a good one.
562-653-0707 is we're coming back with Bird Valley Organics. Manny and Terry.
I think they left. No, I'm just kidding. That was a
They
joke. That was
they
a
left
joke.
us a gift.
That's what gets me in trouble. I
Oh,
know.
bump
I'm
the
sorry.
song.
That's what gets you in trouble.
I know. I'm sorry. I told you they didn't burn. Why don't you just believe?
Life is older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia. Mountain Mama, take me home, country road.
You are listening to Heavy T's Grow Show on DFZ Radio Network.
Hey, are you all right?
I don't know, man. I am freaking out. I think I'm having a bad trip, bro.
A bad trip? Things look fine to me. Looks like you just transplanted your girls into some happy hippie garden mix from Sanctuary Soils.
So I'm not freaking out?
Oh, you're freaking out all right, and I would be too. That's no ordinary potting soil you've got there. That's a premium organic blend that includes composted forest material, peat moss, perlite, pumice, lava rock, some of the best worm castings available, humic shale ore, dolomite lime, azomite, soy meal, and gypsum.
That's a lot of stuff. Did you just read all that? You just blew my mind, man.
It's a lot of good stuff that you can only find in an organic, natural mix like Happy Hippie.
So what you're saying is, with Happy Hippie Garden Mix, I shouldn't panic because it's organic?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever said that, and you shouldn't either. Although I guess you aren't wrong. Here's the deal. You aren't having a bad trip, bro. This is all great news. You're providing your plants with everything they need to get off to an incredible start.
So I can't taste colors then?
No. But you will taste and see the difference in your fruits and flowers now that you're using Happy Hippie Garden Mix from Sanctuary Soil. For more information, you should check out bulksoil.com.
Hey, I'm in the zone.
Dude, this shit is
Hey man, your garden smells amazing this year. What are you doing different?
Haven't you heard? We've been using the Turpinator.
Did you say Turpinator like terpenes?
Yes, exactly. Turpinator is designed to increase your plant's terpenes, which are responsible for everything from how your plants smell to how much flavorful oils they produce. Basically, Turpinator is the one-stop shop for an overall quality increase for your fruits and flowers.
That's awesome. You know, I can tell the Turpinator has not only increased the oils in all your herbs and flowers, but it looks like it's going to increase your dry weight as well. And dude, don't even get me started on those crystals. They look like mini icebergs.
Well, you better hurry up and get on board. It's flowering season right now. And since Turpinator is made right here in Sonoma County, you can literally find it in any hydro store in town. Boost your plant's oils and bring out flavors that will drive your friends wild. Turpinator. Sticky is an understatement.
Hey, yo, this is Spanky Hayes, motherfucking Spanky Hayes, funny motherfucking Spanky Hayes. Shout out to DFZRadio.com.
So you're big time, huh?
Yeah, kinda.
Coming to grips with measuring pH is a fundamental part of ensuring a successful crop. Of course, having the right nutrient mix is important, but without a slightly acidic pH level, plants won't receive optimal benefits from the nutrients supplied. Blue Lab has a range of pH measurement tools available to help both the commercial and small-scale growers. These include the Blue Lab Guardian Monitor, the Blue Lab Combo Meter, the Blue Lab pH Meter, the Blue Lab pH Pen, and the Blue Lab Soil pH Meter. For more information, visit us online at getbluelab.com.
Woo! 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 Ow! Love that money. Heavy T Grow Show, baby.
Throughout human history, mankind has brought forth innovations that have changed their very evolution.
The wheel, the compass, the printing press, the light bulb.
And then, General Hydroponics Flora Series 3-part. Originally formulated in 1976, the GH Flora Series is the original 3-part hydroponic-based nutrient system consisting of Flora Grow, Flora Bloom, and Flora Micro. The standard bearer of the industry for over 40 years, the GH Flora Series gets it right by giving your plants exactly what they need, exactly when they're looking for it. And while our understanding of the plants has changed over the years, GH has not stood still. The General Hydroponics R&D team just wrapped up a multi-year project to refine their feed charts, making them more precise, more customized, and somehow even easier to use than ever. So roll with the product that paved the way and changed the game. Roll with General Hydroponics Flora Series 3-part. For more information, go to generalhydroponics.com.
Don't you put that evil on me!
Heavy T.
That's Horty's Pimpin' 101.
Honey, come here. You have to see this. Wow, it is beautiful.
What?
Just look at it. Oh, man, look at it.
The light, the plants. What am I looking at?
The light. It's the Gavita Pro 900E LED. Can you believe the light it's throwing? Seriously, look at it. Look how close I can get it to the canopy, and I'm not even burning the plants. Just look at it. It's perfect.
Seriously?
The Gavita Pro 900 LED is seriously perfect for my grow space. It's got the performance of the Pro 1700 without the ceiling height restrictions. I've got it in my tent, honey. It's in my tent. Look at it. I can't.
All right. It really is gorgeous. Can I be done now?
I'm done. I'm done looking for a lighting solution that fits my specific needs because I finally found the Gavita Pro 900E LED.
I'm happy for you, and I'm going now.
You want to know the best part, though? At 345 watts and a ridiculous 2.6 micromoles per joule, this baby puts off less ambient heat than competing fixtures, which gives me the flexibility to sit right on top of these ladies, and they are loving it. Have you ever seen my plants as happy as they look under my new Gavita Pro 900 LED? Am I right, honey? Honey?
For more information on the Gavita Pro 900, check out Gavita.com.
Heavy T hooked me up, man. Thanks.
That's right. Man, I'm still thinking about Mo, buddy. You know he's gonna go put his ostrich boots on. He's walking around in a thong and ostrich boots.
Growing Gorilla Glue.
Growing Gorilla Glue like a motherfucker.
Clicking those, what are his knees clicked? Or
Pushing those glue backs.
You know, my ankles ain't what they used to be. I got a little click. But you know, I wear the boots and the heels hit and the clickety click. And I start making beats. Mo Buddy beats. It's his ostrich boots and his bad ankles.
Right.
Man, but hey, call in 562-653-0707. It is the Heavy T Grow Show, and we are bringing on right now some of the, I don't know, according to Chef, I'm about to check out their product, but the best regenerative growers on the West Coast over here from Santa Cruz. We've got Bird Valley Organics.
Thank you. What a nice compliment.
Shit.
But you got to spell regenerative before you throw it out.
It's regenerative.
And then pronounce it in German.
And in German as well. But let's welcome Manny and Terry, everyone. Thank you for coming in, guys.
Welcome.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate
Drove
that.
straight to the studio, not through the studio, thankfully.
I know. Almost made it through the studio, though.
I
got stopped by another vehicle, though, on the way in. and yeah, they prevented me from going into the studio. But, yeah, we got to a little fender bender on the way
Right here?
We got, like 5 minutes away. And we made the whole 5.5-hour trip with no issues, just cruising. Everything was no problem. And then we get here, get off the freeway, and boom, just amazing stuff. But luckily, I'm one of those people that pays for like all the insurance at the rental car,
Yeah.
like, you know, and it's like it kills me every single time, like $34
Yeah.
extra a day. Yes, accept. And it was and it was one of those things. But it's like
money well spent.
It's like I'm here right now. I got a smile on my face. I can give a shit about that damn car. It's all good.
Manny, whose fault was it?
It was totally his fault. He knew it. He was like shaking. He's like, I'm like, yeah, you know, like you're on a turning lane. And
Terry, did you have your
straight.
phone out and were you videotaping it right away?
at all. I was actually calling my brand director to call Devin and let him know we were going to be late.
Man, well, everyone's safe. No one got hurt, right?
Yes, it was all good.
That's the
That's
important
good. There was no flower damage in the process.
Oh no, man!
Just a door.
Dude, fender benders nowadays are just great. You know, it's not like in the '90s. You know, where the cop had to come and all the show. You know, now it's like, let me take a picture of your license, take a picture of your insurance.
We're
good
outta
to
here.
go. We're out
Well,
of
it's a
here.
trip because SoCal's very get the fuck on when
Yeah.
it comes to traffic. Like, don't fucking slow shit
Yeah.
down. Don't ruin this.
Even
for
if you
us.
got to give me a ticket,
It's a good day.
Write it,
Still
right?
going.
Just give it to me quickly so I
Dude,
can go.
when you see
right.
the dude roll into the other guy and you roll up on them and they're in the slow lane and they're actually out of the car still in the slow lane, it's like, dude, can you just pull over the freaking shoulder? This ain't where you got to wait for the fuzz to get here and take a report. But
And then the fuzz
he
will block the lane
and
too.
he brought us some nice gifts that came along and made it safely. So
right.
there was no issues with the traffic in this, obviously. And I mean,
I've been excited about this getting open.
Some sun-grown cannabis is rare for this
This
studio.
is exactly how his wedding night went. He blew his load before it was even.
He's like, all right, we're getting to this right now.
We could have set it up a little better, Chef, but all right, go ahead.
I want to get this on camera because
All right, what do we got here? Terry, tell us about what we have in this bag.
Well, we brought one of our whole plant full spectrum oils. That's our Anytime oil. That really nice hybrid, high in THCV and a bit of an appetite suppressant. So it's great for cooking. That's why I brought that one in particular for you. And because you can eat it, a lot of it, and you get cannabis without the munchies. And then, Manny, why don't you tell them about the flower?
So
In the mic, man.
the flower. So I mean, our farm is a regenerative farm, and so we pride ourselves on putting regenerative products or regenerative from the start into our products. We do come from an indoor background. Don't get me wrong. I used the Florinova back in the day. I pH'd my
No one's perfect,
waters.
Manny. No one's perfect.
No one's perfect. No, I want to
kidding,
say
Jeff.
that I totally understand this world, and so I've converted to another world, and it was it was a journey of mine.
Okay, wait. Let's go back in time real quick.
Yes.
It was indoor and
Yeah,
salts.
Indoor and salts, yes.
Your growing journey.
My
You've
growing
been growing
journey.
for a long time.
Yeah. So really, we started the industry in 2011, and we came here from Miami. But I've been a smoker and selling weed since I was 12.
Were you in the scene in Miami as well?
I was.
Allegedly.
A big scene down there.
I wasn't. No, not in a growing scene. Unfortunately, man, I didn't have the balls to
You
do
were
it.
clubbing?
I mean, just everybody who I knew who did it got busted at some point, and,
Right.
and it made me really paranoid. So I was like, you know what, I'm good enough just selling the weed. I got my little market. It's bad enough that I'm driving with my bags in the car and all this other stuff. And
Allegedly.
allegedly.
You were a master broker at one point.
Master broker at one time. I was doing distribution with no manifest.
This was outside of the statute of limitations. So
Yeah, I mean,
this
really long time
Yeah,
ago.
if he was
right?
12, it doesn't
That's
count.
for
I'm pushing
entertainment.
40. This is a really long time ago.
80s detectives got to come get him.
That's
but
right.
but so what's up? So you weren't growing out down in Florida.
No.
But you made your way to the West Coast with Prop 215 and the
Yes.
things that was going on out here.
Exactly. We were actually conventional guava farmers.
Really?
Very. So Big Ag, it was her dad's business that she basically grew up in and helped run as well. And he ended up retiring, and we ended up, taking over it and whatnot. And
You guys still farm guavas now?
we do not. We do not. No,
No.
there was no fulfillment in growing guavas, monocrop. In a row. It wasn't.
People think it's exotic when they see it on the smoothie list, and Terry's like, guavas.
Yeah.
I hate growing guavas.
I actually still enjoy eating guava. It's love that as a fruit. Really good for you also, full of lycopene and vitamin C. But now we grow something different, and we've chosen to grow, to cultivate stuff on our farm using different techniques and in a whole completely reverse 180-degree turnaround from completely conventional to regenerative
So
and
that's
hugelkultur.
the guava large scale ag is a lot of chemicals, depleting the soil, and trying to put things back in with synthetics and other stuff.
Completely.
And I mean, it's agriculture, right?
Yeah.
That's that's what North American agriculture is.
Sure.
Or Western agriculture is right now.
Yep.
Was it because of your experience with that you wanted to look at regenerative?
Yes.
Big part.
Very big part of the of our big turn, but it wasn't something that happened overnight. Turning from conventional to regenerative is a very slow process, and it almost takes like a little bit of a disruption or something to change your systems. And it's something that we really love to do and really love to talk about. And we feel that it produces really great quality vegetables and cannabis in a harmonious polyculture that really is the best sustainable way to help the planet.
Well, there was another term they used too, which was
you a smart girl.
Hugelkultur.
You're a smart person. I like it. Dang.
Hugelkultur. Yeah. So like forever as conventional farmers, you're taught that you're taking care of the plants, right? And you're feeding nutrients directly to the plants.
Right.
And if the plant has a deficiency, well, you give it. Okay, so there's a manganese deficiency. Well, let's give it some manganese. If there's a calcium deficiency, well, let's give it some calcium. And instead of actually, so it's a very Western medicine approach to ag in the sense of like,
feeding the symptom rather than cultivating health overall.
Correct, right? Like I have a headache. Well, here's this pill for your headache. Well, let's instead of finding out like, well, what did you eat this week, right? How much sleep have you had? Just like general questions to actually get to the root of the cause of the problem. There's obviously an imbalance in your body that's causing headaches. It's causing a pain wherever, right? And that's the same thing with plants. And so if plants have an imbalance, usually they do when it comes to salt-based nutrients, because we're humans. We try to play God and we think that we know what plants want, and in actuality we really don't. How is it that we're still trying to figure this out? You go to any agronomist and they'll tell you that if you don't have 300 parts per million of nitrogen, your plants are not going to grow. But you go to an old growth forest and measure the nitrogen in the old growth forest, and it's 0.01% nitrogen, 30-to-1 carbon.
Right.
So if you don't have carbon to get that engine running, it doesn't matter how beautiful your engine is, how much gas you put in it,
what varietal you're growing.
And
that's in the form of decomposing organic.
And that's in the exactly. It's biology. It's biology on top of biology. The problem that a lot of people have with switching to this method is the fact that you're losing a lot of the control, right? When you're a conventional farmer, especially for indoor, like I specifically, I thrived. I prided myself on pHing my water before it went in, pHing the runoff, checking my parts per million, making sure that my lights were measured at the exact measurement that I needed for the plants, and follow it in their whole growth stage so that they never get burnt, and we prided ourselves on pulling off pound per plants on 600 watt HPS.
Right.
But I have to say though, as a regenerative farmer though, it's not like, oh, we're doing regenerative farming, everything is wonderful and beautiful.
Yeah.
It's also
You have
scary.
issues too.
And you're also letting go because you're trusting Mother Nature and your microbes to do the work. One of the biggest things when we, went into our hugel beds, we thought, oh gosh, what are we going to do with gophers? And so the first instinct is, we'll put some chicken wire under it, and we'll finagle a hugel with, and then we started thinking, and then went, trusted nature and said, well, if we give them enough variety, and they nibble on other things.
Of the foods they actually want.
They won't nibble on our cannabis. So we did, we lost a couple of beets, lost a few tomatoes, lost a couple of the things that we didn't mind losing.
Companion planting.
Right.
Yeah.
But they didn't go straight for the cannabis because that was the only thing out there. So we were lucky and fortunate enough that this year last year we didn't have a gopher problem. We had gophers and they coexisted. And they really didn't go after our main crop because they just nibbled on other things. So, but it's a fear. You still go into regenerative farming with fear.
That takes a complete leap of faith. And Manny, what you're saying, and Terry as well, talking about the control. When we're indoors, we're speeding up Mother Nature where it's 8 weeks. And to Phil, you might have heard me talking earlier when you're outside waiting in the green room that we have very short windows to make things available.
Yes.
Organics, we are working with Mother Nature, our microbes, that the organics, and when we're feeding, we're not feeding the plant, we're actually feeding the soil.
Correct.
Yeah.
And we are trying to make available what the plant needs in the same form when it needs it, correct? Is it hard to dial that in for you? And do you do it indoors, or is it outdoor only, or greenhouse?
No, we used to be indoor farmers. We had 10. Our max was 10 lights at one point. We started with six lights. We went in Oakland. We had a house in Oakland that when we moved over from Miami, where we're originally from, and we started
allegedly.
Yeah. And we started with 6 HPSs. We went straight to Oaksterdam University. I mean, we landed here. We did a 5-day trip on a 28-foot Penske truck with all of our dogs, our ferrets, and me and her just basically driving all over
Miami strain.
Ferrets are illegal in California. I was most worried we're smuggling the ferrets in.
Now you guys are fellas. Yeah.
Fuck the clones, bro. They're gonna get us.
It's hilarious that he knew that. It's hilarious that you knew that
I'm
because
California.
our biggest fear was when we were coming, like, oh my god, if they take our ferrets, like I'm gonna run through this desert with my cage. And like I was just like, we had a plan. Like they're not gonna
go. He'll hide it somewhere in the door of this Penske truck. And
they're not gonna take these damn ferrets, man. I will fucking figure it out. But we got here.
You're like, lay still. This is my fur coat.
Yes, exactly.
Stop wiggling. You're like, I have Tourette's. This is me moving, not my coat.
Oh, dude, it was a challenge. But we pulled up in March 6th. We pulled up and we're like, you know what? Let's go to Oaksterdam and see when the next semester starts, right? And we get here and they're like, oh, March 6th. Classes start tomorrow, March 7th. We're like, shit. Sign me up. And we signed up. We paid the fee. And next thing you know, we're going to class tomorrow. All we did was pull off the mattresses off our truck and slept in it. And little by little, we're picking stuff off the truck because we were going full time. This is Monday through Friday, 8 o'clock to like 4 o'clock, literally like a full-time job.
Right.
And so you get home just enough time to like try different weeds and like, okay, let's try all these different sativas. And then let's see how the sativas make us feel. And then let's write down how we feel. Like we were geeking out, you know?
This is
coming from Florida.
This
coming
is
from
Florida. Hey. This is gonna make a hell of a book later on.
Yeah.
You know,
so I'm crossing county lines with my ferrets, right?
Yeah.
Like somewhere around.
We don't have enough time for my stories,
man. It
man.
will be one of those books that, like, in the middle, you'll have like pages of your notes. They'll be like, "What's this?
Chapter 7.
Please see addendum 1. This is what I thought of some." New York sour diesel.
Oh,
back in 2010.
That was actually one of our second strains that we grew. New York diesel. It was amazing. I loved the bud structure on that.
That was going to be one of the things I asked. What did you learn about growing on the East Coast, which was something you had to know to bring in things to the West Coast and trying to start over? And what strains that you thought were going to be popping that just wasn't?
So the thing for me was, it's like, you know, the most I tried was like a little light in the closet, and I failed miserably at it. And I was just like, you know what, I'm really good at selling it, not good at growing it at that time. And my buddies that were all growing, they had the, you know, like the specific genetics from Miami, which is like the Miami Crippy that they call it. It's like a Northern Lights cross with like Afghani cross with a Hindu Kush, and then back crossed to the Northern Lights. And so it's got that gas, but it's got like a weird tang to it. And it's like the minute you're from Miami,
spicy.
It's like spicy. The minute you get
the spiciness on it.
You open up that little Ziploc bag that's rolled up.
It looks great, and then you're just like smoking. You're like,
and it's amazing. Yeah.
I want the coffee high. I want the thick coffee. And that's what I like about probiotic or regenerative organic is you get a more earthy flavor from it. And
yes.
Those type of strains that are like thick coffee, it really brings that out. You know?
Well, you're getting the actual terroir. You know,
terroir? What the fuck is terroir?
Terroir is the French term. Okay. Do you know what it is? Do you really know?
No, I don't know.
What it is.
No cooking terms been ever used.
You have to know it. You know what terroir is, chef.
Is that a wine tour?
Is that
a terpene? Is it like tannins?
So basically, the French, right? Obviously, terroir, right? The French came up with this term when wineries started. They owned the wine game back in the day, right? For thousands of years, we can say. And when other countries started coming out with wine and importing it nationally, they said, well, we need to coin ourselves, and we need to basically tell people why our wine is special, because it's grown in this region, in the Châteauneuf-du-Pape and the appellation of
damn, you speak the French?
And so I like a little bit of wine. I
I
live in NorCal, you know, I like a little bit of wine.
Got to know it.
So they coin themselves. Why? Because nowadays, right, like when you go to the store, they hold their rank,
DOCG.
right? Which is what we need to do with Cali Weed, which is what we're trying to do as a Cali brand and all of our Santa Cruz brands.
Of origination.
100%. There's not one rapper talking about Arkansas weed. I'm sorry. They're just not. right? They're not talking about Oklahoma weed. They're just not. And they're growing great weed in Oklahoma right now, right? They're growing great weed in Michigan. But ain't nobody talking about it.
Let's not get crazy.
Right? All right.
But it's going to take years for those land bridge strains to become.
Hey, all the guys that couldn't grow the fire started growing the fiber, and then they moved to Oklahoma.
It has a lot to do with your climate, the weather, the soil. It's like your it's your Appalachia.
Your
it's
Appalachia.
Like where
That's what terroir is.
It's where your region and what it tastes like. Exactly.
It's your
and so
region.
Something grown in Santa Cruz is going to taste different if grown
in native soil, though.
It's why Burgundy grapes are grown in Burgundy.
Right. Yes.
It's why Champagne's grown in Champagne.
Yes.
Exactly.
Champagne.
Exactly. And you can't
you
call
have
it
to say
that.
Champagne on
And
my
they
show.
I was just trying to meet them up with that.
They own the terms too. They
You're
own the
upset.
terms. You know, it's like hops are like specific hops. You can't grow specific hops commercially because they patented it and they grow and they're growing.
Well,
and that's a big fear with weed. Everyone's worried
Yes.
about.
Manny, right now, every pollen chucker is mixing everything and stuff. How do we keep, because they grow specific grapes that have been cultivated in that region for thousands of years or centuries.
Yeah.
And now everything is being so muddled and everyone's chasing the new exotic. How do you guys feel about that as cultivators? It sounds like you want to stick to the roots. You want to stick to being part of the earth. What's the best way to do it and the best thing to grow? But that's not always what's most favorable with the consumer. How do you reconcile those two things?
Well, I mean, it depends on the consumer. There's people that like all different types of varietals and cultivars. And so I think that what's really interesting is trying to bring stuff back, stuff that, we haven't heard of in a while that maybe we don't see as often anymore. And then also, finding the new. So it's like balancing the old and then finding the new and trying to, give more outreach to all the types of people with a multitude of cultivars that, appeal to different people.
Wide array of percentages, too.
And Terry, with all due respect on this show, we have combined cultivar and strain for what, Big Jack?
Strandivar.
So it's Strandivar.
Oh,
okay.
I've been corrected. Strandivar. Nice.
Now that you've been put on game, you can continue with the interview.
In Miami, it's all about the strand. You'll never hear don't even say the word cultivar. They'll be like, culta who?
Strain.
Yeah.
Strain and strand gets fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Strandivar.
Yep.
So is this your strain or your strand, Cali boy?
Well, you could strain your neck. There's a strand on your sweater, and then Strandivar is a type of weed.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah.
I think that right now there's definitely an education issue, right? On all fronts, and the problem that I'm seeing coming from the 215 era, coming from the culture, is that we're basing. The consumers basing their purchases on the wrong things, right? So, like any weed that's under 20% THC, you're not going to see it in the legal market. And so there goes the Jack Herrera's. There goes, different.
Because they just want to see the number.
Because they want to see that number. So things like lamb's bread, like Terry's old favorite strain,
could be bred out of the industry.
It's gone, right? That's gone.
You can't do it.
You're not going to find lamb's bread.
We were
in the legal
talking about
market.
this on Farm to Table Canada. Blue Dot, a
Blue
fucking
Dot.
strain from the late.
Yeah.
Or the early 2000s
remember
in the
Blue
Bay
Dot.
Area, gone.
Blue Dream.
The place got raided. The strain's gone. It'll never come back again.
Manny, fuck Blue Dream.
Yeah, that's a Santa Cruz strain, baby.
I'll give you one that I miss, and I guarantee you, if the legal testing was around when it was prominent as Bull Rider.
Bull Rider
from San Diego, and that shit would put me on my ass more.
That
than
had some
anything.
crazy racy terps.
And
yeah.
dude, it was straight land racy, dude. It was all big and fluffy and looked like just a bunch of pistols, like your normal nug hairs.
And it came from San Diego, and it was landrace strain. It was a strain that was perfected in its climate, its geographical originalization.
It had long curly orange hairs.
And that's kind of that goes back to what we're saying. Those weeds need to be protected in the future because
they're gone.
What we're looking at is exotic right now, and we call it exotic.
'Cause it's
that'll
purple.
be these fucking what's after millennials? I don't know, these Gen Z guys. It'll be there. Oh my God, do you remember when we had
nostalgic?
COVID kids.
100%.
Yeah.
I feel you on all that. I want to talk about some of the Strandivars that you guys are cultivating, but before you do that, let's help the listeners because it is a grow show.
Yeah.
And you guys play off of each other. You break it down. What do I need to set up a regenerative cannabis garden? Like, where do I start with? A good potting soil with raw materials? What do I start with?
Well, go ahead.
You want me
start.
to take
A good
that one?
Oh boy, the
compost
sponsors are going to hate us for this
a
one.
good
So-
No,
compost
they're not. They're-
piles.
So I obviously will always advocate to make your own soil. And people, but you know, if you live in the city, how can you do that, right? If you live in like in a balcony, how could you do that, right? So when it comes to something like that, I'd say go to your local nursery,
Hydro store.
and or a hydro store and
Oh,
build.
that was how many. Come on.
So yes, okay, go to your hydro store and build and either get the Happy Frogs, I guess, or
The Empire Builders.
Yeah, I used a lot of Happy Frog in my day, man. I ordered pallets and pallets of that shit back in the day in my old farm, thinking that I needed it, and I realized that I could make my own.
Love Happy Frog. I'll tell you that much. Every Cuban that moved out to Long Beach, I'm like, I got Happy Frog right here.
That's right.
They're like, how'd you know?
They
I'm
see
like,
that marine ocean mix and they're just in. Oh,
They're
it
like, I
smells
need
like
30 of these
Florida.
That's right.
every other day.
That's right. We're both Cuban Americans too, so that makes perfect sense.
For a backyard gardener, it's not difficult. You start with all the scraps and stuff that you would get from your yard.
Picking up your garbage.
Right, picking up your garbage. You don't have to do a huge hugel bed. You can like bury or create just like a compost pile, and in your backyard, start with that. Save your table scraps, your eggs, and put it in your compost bin, and start with that. And then you can dig a hugel tiny little square, put your stuff in there, layer it, and start building soil, and then start companion planting, which is really important.
You hit me with the lasagna analogy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I always tell people, as long as you know your rule of thumb, right, and like the main components that never waver, right, to make so what is compost? Compost is basically nitrogen, carbon, water, and oxygen.
Okay.
Those four things, right? I mean, it's way more complicated than that, right? But if you really, really break it down to its simplest form, those four things. And if you don't have one of them, you won't have compost, right? So what you need the oxygen because you need oxygenated material. You never want something to go anaerobic. You want it to be aerobic.
So that's why you got to turn your compost.
So you got to turn your compost, right? Because if you let it sit too long, I mean, mind you, if you let it sit in the right conditions, then you have a static pile. So it'll go anaerobic for a little bit, and then it'll come right back to aerobia in about a year and a half or two. So when you're looking
2
for
years, like I'm trying to harvest in 8 weeks.
So that's why you have a thermophilic pile. Yeah, totally, 100%.
2 years, damn! This man has got the long play.
So
you got compost you just harvested from 10 years ago.
And well, let me tell you, when you do get to harvest that compost, it's like it's like your bud boosters. You know what I mean?
Perpetual, yeah.
It's
Fucking
like
compost.
it's like straight up. It's like you're coming in with the bud blooms. You know what I mean? Coming in like right when you're at your your 5th week of flowering. You come in with the bud bloom. That's the same the same concept, right? Is that static pile. But what you're working with on a daily is your thermophilic pile. So that's one that you have that gets up to about 130 to 140 degrees, and you're flipping that on the regular, and then that you can have compost in literally 3 months.
So what do you say to the liquid nutrient guys that are like, oh, it's so much easier to do it this way than talk about how easy some of the sustainability parts of it is.
Everything that's easy comes with a price at the end of the day. Either your quality goes down, either something got missed because it was too easy, right? You were sitting down with the remote control instead of actually looking at your plants. There's something to be said about being involved and being connected to your plants and actually letting them do senesce in the way that they're meant to senesce, right? We try to play God. We think that we know what plants want.
And I didn't know I needed a thesaurus to interview Manny. He wants to senesce me.
He pulled out.
Sorry.
He did pull out a
I can go deep. I can go deep down the rabbit hole, man.
Can you just use plain English?
Let me tell you, I lived up in the woods for a really long time off the grid, and all I did was read books on microbes, man.
No shit.
So here it is. This is what I got.
What am I senescing?
It's like 30 dabs in a day while fucking reading books on microbes.
To plants,
Let me look up
right?
senesce. How you spell senesce? Is that a C or an S?
I had a hummingbird nest on my porch.
SONNEST, I think.
SONNEST.
Are there specific strains that you've come across in your application where the regenerative farming is way better applied to those either geographical
Google
farms
said I have
or
no idea.
strand of I think
he made it up.
farms?
Did you mean
yes
stress?
So with specific cultivars, you always want, especially if you're growing them outdoors, you always want them to be very acclimated to the environment. And if you're growing in something like where we grow in Santa Cruz, which is like coastal, it's right off the fog.
Little salt, little soil.
Yeah, well, you get, I mean, like that fog line, and I mean, it can go up to 1,200 feet, and so that marine layer, even like in the hot summer, you live up in the mountain, half the mountain's going to be in marine
there
layer.
Until 11 a.m.
It's there till 11 a.m.
Yep.
So you have that disadvantage over like maybe like a Central Valley grower to where they get all those extra hours of sunlight. Now the advantage that we do have is that we have access to more water. They're not stressed as much because they're never getting enough water when they're
transpiration.
It's easy for transpiration. Cannabis plants thrive well when there's a lot of heat, and we all know this. Any cannabis farmer can tell you, man, that thing, the more sun it got, but as long as you kept that water on it, right, it took off, right? But what if you live in a state called California that actually has drought every now and then, and maybe you don't have access to that water? What do? Does your business go? You go out of business? Like what happens if that's
you get
the
that
only way?
Geographical specific strain.
You get the geographical specific strain, but then you also maybe want to switch your systems from a monocrop to a polycrop. A monocrop, you're feeding them way more nutrients at the same time because why? You don't have plants that are providing the nutrients like they do in nature. If you ever gone to a forest and seen the same oak tree over and over and over and over in a straight line, no grass, no nothing else there, right? And you've never seen that, right?
Not unless I'm in the Matrix.
And the reason for that is because that's the way forests survive. That's the way they survive in nature, is because there's multiple plants that are doing the job. There's plants that are putting nitrogen. There's plants that are warding off specific insects.
Let me ask you this, Manny, because companion planting, the symbiotic relationship between root systems, plants, microbiology, all of the stuff that you're talking about is great. But we're coming from an era of prohibition where these plants haven't been able to thrive in a natural environment. How does a person like yourself...
How do we activate those?
Hey, can you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds? Turn off his microphone, dude. I'm sick and tired of this chin beard talking all the time.
I got no headphones.
How do you when we're dealing with the prohibition and stuff, how do you figure out what is the appropriate companion plants to plant with them? Because there isn't a weed forest that's available here in North America, or wasn't. I mean, what, you travel to Afghanistan,
So here's the thing.
You turned off the wrong microphone.
Cannabis is a plant like many other plants, right? And they're gonna like a lot of the same nutrients that specific other plants are gonna like as well too. So when you're choosing your companion plants, you're thinking okay. At the end of the day, you're a farmer and you're focused on your cash crop, right? So my cash crop, I'm not making money on my carrots. I'm making money on my cannabis, and so I need the rest of my football team, right, to complement my quarterback. Right, so if I get just a bunch of quarterbacks,
analogy, I like that.
I'm gonna go out of business, because if I got a bunch of quarterbacks getting quarterback salaries, I'm going out of business year one, right? And then B, I'm not even getting close to the Super Bowl, let alone the playoffs,
right?
Because I got a bunch of quarterbacks that can't get tackled, right? So I need my fullbacks, I need my linebackers, I need my running backs, I need my different people, my different plants that have specific skill sets in order to the goal for all of us have the same goal, and it's to win, right? To win the game, right? And so the only way we're going to win that game is through the diversity.
Well, is it trial and error, like tryouts that you just every season you put in different stuff, or where'd you grab the information, like nitrogen fixing plants or beans, like things like that, or things like you were talking about that attract gophers? There's things that will attract insects away from your plants.
Yeah,
that, like if you planted wheat around your cannabis, or you probably wouldn't plant wheat, but if you had wheat in the same region, aphids will go to that compared to going to your cannabis plants. Yeah. And so forth and so on.
Totally. So then what you do is you put a plant that can attract lacewings, and then lacewings will eat your root.
Oh yeah, lacewings.
Right. And so as long as you know what eats aphids, right, bring plants that attract the lacewings, that attract your predatory wasps, that are going to come, your parasitic wasps that are going to come and do their job in nature, right? Like these, what is their job? To eat aphids. So put those things in there so they can do their job.
Oh yeah.
Attract them. And that's right. And then you can start your colony real simple, right? Like they have beneficial insectaries right now that you can buy, all kinds of predatory mites. You can get your Persimilis. You can get your just anything is available out there now. And back in the day when I first started my journey, there was not a lot of information out there, not a lot of stuff, just a few books and a few pioneers like Elaine Ingham, Jeff Lowenfold, Gabe Brown. Like, these are people that have just been in the industry for a long time, and even them, they had their information, but it was still limited access to everybody. I mean, the book that set me off really on my journey, and if anybody has to read one book, I've read a lot of books, and that's why I'm at the point where I'm at, but it doesn't mean that you can't just get the information on Google right now, right? It's like, you know, you could be like, oh, well, what helps for what do gophers want to eat more than my cannabis? Oh shit, they like radishes, they like beets. Well, let me put that thing in there. What would you do if you're a gopher, right? Picture yourself landing into a field. You're burrowing, you get to a field, and all you see is a bunch of roots of the same exact plants forever, and you're hungry. What are you gonna eat? Right? It's just a no-brainer, right? So, like, put a couple of beets in there, put a couple of daikon radishes, which is what that damn gopher really wants. And I guarantee you he's going to bypass 100 cannabis plants going straight to that daikon radish.
Right.
So it's like, if the more you try to fight nature, the more you're going to lose, because nature's got it figured out way more than us. And so if you just help nature do its thing.
But our farm, we're still doing trial and error. Every year we find a plant that grows better than last year's, and we say, well, that's, you know, a strand of our that we want to continue. You know, also we cultivate.
Good
I'm
job,
learning.
Terry.
I
say who the brains of the operation is.
She is the brains.
Our regenerative cannabis also produces really clean medicine for our whole plant full spectrum oils, and which is, you know, part of what we produce.
Well,
and
that's what I was going to ask as well, because
Mhm.
you're bringing in different things to make sure that rather than contaminating the plant with pesticides, but you are having insects, both beneficial and some that may not be, in the garden, and how strict Prop 64 regulations are. Is it tough to keep the flower clean? And I'm talking about byproduct of just even beneficial insects being around, but bug poop.
It's so tough. Our hay that we put, our straw that we put on our beds, our straw, we have to spend a little bit extra money to have that brought in, because we need it from a very, very clean organic source, and where that isn't sprayed with pesticide.
Okay.
If we have, luckily, we just our friend Miles built us a really amazing worm farm.
box.
So now we're producing our own worm casting. But last year we had to get worm casting, and we had to be really careful where we source these things from, because anything will fire off our parts per billion testing, which, you know, I have a really big problem with cannabis being cleaner than our vegetables. We are EnviroCan certified, our farm is, which holds us to really high standards and transparency. And, you know, I just think it's important to highlight that our cannabis has this rigorous testing where we can't get away with a smidgen, I mean, not even a smidgen of heavy metal or pesticide or any of that stuff. We have to throw it away, bioremediate it. I mean, it's
organic is more scrutinized.
It's a big deal.
Yes.
It's a really big deal. And so, but your strawberries that will grow, you know, in the field don't get tested for this stuff.
Right.
And it's probably heavy metal ridden, and we're eating it. And so I think that that's the bigger conversation, right? Is like,
well, it's less
you know,
nutrient dense as well with Western agriculture.
Right.
And the regenerative, says a lot. We know from vegetables and testing vegetables with the nutrient density that they're much healthier. But also, I imagine the translation is in the cannabis as well. Do you guys see that translate in?
Totally.
Well, we know THC, CBD, THCA, all the cannabinoids people are testing for that make it more, I guess, wanted by the end user. Like you talked about, the high THC content. Everyone looks at that. It's like going to buy a beer and they're like, give me the 9% IPA.
Give me
I won't drink this 5%.
The cheapest whiskey that's the highest proof.
Yeah.
How can I get the most fucked up
Right.
for the cheapest price? But
Yeah.
the symbiotic relationship between the cannabinoids and the terpene profile, the ester profile, the flavonoids, all of those things, they have a reaction within our body that the cannabinoids use, or your body uses, along to create the experience of either pain relief, anxiety, mental, or just having fun.
They're just chilling.
they all have a place in our endocannabinoid system, you know? And so Manny's correct. The way that we choose our cannabis, we tend to go for the higher THC. But what's lost these days is the art of like smelling it and letting your olfactory system pick it for you, which is your nose knows. There's a reason why when you smell something and
that's bullshit.
and you like it,
doesn't let you see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
got to pick by the name only.
You do. You got to look at the jar.
brand,
Oh, good marketing.
Yep.
The marketing is speaking to me.
It's in a
good.
Mylar bag.
It's got a 25%. I'll take it.
That bag shiny.
Versus smelling it and going, man, my body and brain are speaking right now, and this is what I need, and it's gonna like make me feel good. So, but yeah, we should be really focusing on terpenes, cannabinoids, knowing your farmer, knowing where it's coming from, making sure that it's top notch and less on THC percentage.
Have you guys done like side by sides with the same Strandivar in regenerative compared to like a salt or biomineral drain the waste or something like that, or have you grown the same strains and seen differences?
I haven't done something like that in a really long time. Ever since I let go of salts, I broke up with salts.
Yeah.
For good. And I didn't even want to even buy a little jug just to even have on the farm. Like I became that fanatic. Because it's almost like,
and I left you in the hydro store around all the jugs.
It was funny because I was telling the chef, I was like, man, I used to live in these I used to live in these hydro stores, right? And then I haven't been in one in a really long time because I haven't had a need to really come in, except for like small things, maybe like the little like heating pads for like our seeds, Fiskars. There's been a couple specialty things that the hydro store will always, do its thing. But you're
making your own nutrients.
I'm making my own nutrients. I have my own medium. That there's no
Do you guys
need.
do labs and stuff too outside that, or
we're so right now we're getting into sap analysis.
Okay.
And for people who don't know what sap analysis is, basically you're testing the plant in its real time, and you basically know what the nutrients are in it at that moment. So
it's not a Brix content.
It's not a Brix content.
It's actually an analysis of the tissue.
Brix is the sugar content, right? And the reason why you measure Brix is because you want to see how much photosynthesis is happening. Mm-hmm. That's your standard to know. Okay, I have X amount of sugars. That means I'm producing X amount of photosynthesis, so my plants should be at a healthy state. Right. This is different. This is sap analysis. This is actually nutrient uptake. This is calcium, mercury, manganese, magnesium, everything that the plant uptakes on a nutrient level. And so you are for a person who's for anybody, really, sap analysis is fantastic. If you're putting in salt-based nutrients and you're like, man, I'm putting in X amount parts per million of manganese, I want to know how much manganese is actually being uptaken into the plant. So you take a sap analysis, and then you're like, oh shit, there's zero manganese in here, and I've just wasted $600 on all this manganese, right?
Well, and that goes to the point of actually knowing how to make the nutrient available, which a lot of newbie growers that are using the salts, a lot of them don't even understand how pH works, let alone how microbiology works, circulation works, and where we're going to make things available and how those things need to work together in a symbiotic relationship as well. That's why we were talking in the green room a little bit, and being a cocoa ninja, I use biominerals.
Okay.
I'm an indoor grower. I do use organics in my greenhouses and stuff.
Yeah.
But they're light deprivation and they're short cycle.
Sure. And you're trying to get as much as you can out of it in that short time.
I use shit tons of biology, though, to make sure that I'm biologically chelating the things that are needed and breaking down and having a strong enzymic level, enough enzymes that break down heavy metals like you're talking about, because you don't want those heavy metals to be uptaken into the plant.
No.
And so, but it's like this for me, right? 8 weeks, boom, 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 boom. That's how we got to go. So doing that, especially indoors, a lot of people don't use beds,
right?
Because they're in a container. So companion planting, when you don't even have a symbiotic root zone with the same cannabis plants, it's tough in each little container because now you have several micro beds rather than one large. And if one goes bad, I mean, if you're in a large bed, something goes bad, the bed is going to heal itself. If you're in a container and it goes bad, the container next to it ain't going to do shit.
But Terry, should I pick the mushrooms out of my grow containers or not?
No, do not take the mushrooms out. Mushrooms are...
So what I'll say to that is...
really important component.
So what fertilizers basically are just simple ions, right? So the plant is uptaking these simple ions because you're basically eliminating the middleman, which is the microbe, who is creating this nutrient in ammonia form versus in nitrate form, and you're giving it directly to the roots. And so the problem with that is the sustainability of it, right? Like there's always going to be an imbalance. Like, you know,
it's wasteful. I'm not reusing. If I'm going to compost, break down, add biology, enzymes, flip it if I'm reusing any of my grow mediums. And on the greenhouses I do, indoors, I mean, I own a hydro shop. I use 3-gallon cocoa pots and smart pots and fabric pots, and I get them for wholesale. So they go to landfill.
So there's a way to do it that way too, right? So,
with all due respect to the landfill.
I'm gonna put you down with some. Information because it'll blow your mind, right? And
listen up.
Now this is definitely, you know, if you're gonna grow hydro, right? If you're gonna grow in greenhouses and you're gonna grow like an indoor style and a monocrop or whatnot, there's a way you can do it with microbes too. You don't necessarily you're not necessarily using a polycrop, but Coastal Sun, which is one of the farms we distribute for, they grow in organic hydro, which is like how do those two words even go together, right?
It's tough.
And so they basically are feeding microbe-rich water.
So
and
is
they're
it like an
reusing,
aquaponic?
basically, basically they call it bioponics. And look them up when you get a chance, because you're going to be amazed, and that's a way to do it in large scale. And they're producing amazing flour that we sell all over the state, super clean and large scale. And they're doing it regeneratively. Now it's not. You know, it's not companion planting, and they definitely grow outdoors, and they grow outdoors, and they grow different plants with the stuff they grow outdoors, and now they're incorporating animals.
What grow medium is it, like cocoa or a sphagnum? Or
I think it's I don't quote me because I haven't been in there for a long time, and Elon will kill me, but it's I think it's cocoa.
It was at one point.
It was cocoa at one
anymore.
point, but what it is, it's a biodome. It's basically there's microbes that live inside that biodome, that man-made biodome.
They feed it compost teas
and you're feeding it compost teas and fish emulsions and all this other stuff. So there's definitely a way to do it. I'm definitely more of the old school way, right? I prefer, you know, doing it the way that the Incas and nature did it back in the day, and it's just easier to start in, right? Like Terry and I literally still to this day had zero investment, and we're a legal cannabis company in the industry today. And that's very rare to say. And I've been able to do it because we've had a lean team, because we work multiple hours, because we do things cheaply, because we're able to produce product at a very low rate. And at the same time,
do it the right way.
We do it the right way, but we also like to keep it affordable too, because it's like, me personally, I would never want to pay more than $35 for an eighth. Right, like it stands against my morals, right? Like,
damn, you're getting 35 play. We gotta talk.
You know what I mean? In the legal game, right? Like I better be paying 35, and it better be quality, right? For $35.
How do you keep it under with all the taxes and shit?
It's your cost of goods.
You lower your you
have to keep your cost of goods low.
Overhead.
Yeah, your
overhead. Make it happen. I like what you said, and Jack will agree. About being in the garden, and both of us are strong proponents of hand watering.
Yes.
And still like being one with the plant, whether you're growing synthetic, a hybrid system, or completely regenerative, is being in the garden, being one there for your plants. Noticing you said talking full automation, sitting on the couch and stuff, and I mean, that's not growing to me. If that is your goal as a farmer getting into legal or hobby growing, then you're gonna be let down. You are not gonna produce the type of quality that you hope to be.
I agree.
You got to have boots on the ground, and that even goes for the best commercial guys that I know that are even doing indoor stuff. They're doing it the same way. They may not be able to run all their facilities because they're that big.
Yeah.
But they have handpicked, general managers and things that are there. There's someone there 24 hours a day
that know the plant and love the plant and talk to the plant. Like unfortunately for us, we're too big of a large scale to be able to hand water. But in our old farm, we hand water for a really long time. And I mean, if we were to hand water now, it'll take us 3 days to try to get it done. But see, there's a way. What gets me ticking personally is being able to bridge that gap. I want to be able to prove that this could be done on a large scale. I want all big ag to be able to convert to systems like this, because then it's one simple reason is just for environmental reasons, right? Like it's the proven fact that the only way you can draw carbon that's already been spent in the air is through proper photosynthesis through plants, and it can't be through plants grown in a monocrop. that are creating more heat from all the soil. Because I mean, do you know why weeds grow?
Why?
Because it's the soil's way of protecting itself. The minute you rip everything out, its armor, right? It's like somebody strips you naked. What are you gonna do? You're like, oh shit, I need to grab this freaking potato chip bag. I'm gonna wrap it around myself because I'm cold. And the potato chip bag is it's them shooting out the weeds. That's why people are like, why the hell weeds grow so much, and why are they the most prolific things, and why it's that soil's imbalance and saying I'm gonna shoot something out because right now at night I'm cold. During the day, I'm hot.
I'm losing soil. The wind
I'm
blows.
losing soil, my topsoil, because of erosion and wind blowing, and so that's why weeds exist. It's the soil's imbalance. It's the soil saying, "Ouch."
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense. How about for legal weed, and as we go legal, is there? Nationally legal.
Yes.
And how large scale agriculture is already making plays into it. Do you see, because you guys are on the inside, I don't necessarily see it. Do you see pushback to the type of organic farming that you guys are promoting?
Well, I think that the consumer is the one that drives the demand. And I think that consumers are smart. And I think they're learning a lot about cannabis and wanting to know the origins of how it started. And am I supporting a farm? Am I supporting a white label brand? Am I helping out a farmer who's trying to make a difference? And I think that organic has already taken a little bit of a turn, and people are starting to catch on. And I think that regenerative and is the next thing that's going to catch on. And I think that if consumers demand clean, affordable medicine, I think it'll happen. And so I think it comes with, like teaching people and educating. And we invite, I would love for you guys to visit our farm and take a look at what we're doing. And
we'll broadcast from there.
Come to our farm and visit and see what we've got going on. And we love to educate people and invite bud tenders to our farm and give them companion planting workshops and really try to tie in our community and get the message out to as many people. And if we could help the planet and we could help farmers learn to do this efficiently, I mean, it's a win for us. I'm very emotional and it runs deep with me. Both of my parents, my dad died of COPD from spraying really harsh, terrible chemicals like paraquat and things that really affected him. And my mother now suffers Parkinson's and thankfully uses cannabis as medicine to help her. But she suffers from diseases that are known to be caused by that. So, if I could help reverse it and help our future generation and our soil, and that's just kind of what matters to us. And a whole, and what we do with the cannabis is to take it and produce whole plant medicine, which, is also healing people. Because at the end of the day, people really, really need to start looking at the way our system is for what we take on the daily. And whole plant medicine is a really good solution for people getting off of opioids and a lot of really harmful things. So it all ties in together.
Believe me, I agree. We got to pay some of the bills and take a quick break. But when we come back, we'll take. Okay, you take a dab, girl. I got you. Well, I don't got no dabs.
I got that.
But we're gonna come back. I want to talk to you about different strandivores growing in the climate you're talking about, because not everything's gonna be conducive to growing in that humid sea level on the ocean climate. And a lot of things come out of California that are fucking fantastic, but they don't produce other places. And we'll talk more about what you're growing and why you're growing it. Plus, we're going to have your phone calls. Call in 562-653-0707. That's the phone number. We'll be right back after these messages.
I'm yawning 6 a.m. in the morning. I'm breaking out the bag of weed. I break it up, then I'm rolling. Fuck it, I'm jonesing. Waking, baking, I'm stoning. There's a gal in the bed rolling. Fuck it, I'm boning. Okay. Lighting trees up till smoke. I'm puffing on the best. You just smoking some shit. That's just okay. You go smoke that hay. I'm alright. I'ma smoke that high grade every day. I know still high grade when me smoking. Them must see things say a joking when me alla. I know still high grade when me smoking. Them must see things say a joking when me alla. Give me that good of the wrist. Call it the fucking Buddha-Fugu Jabba base on the base. Straight from Cali FedEx. I'm like, hold up, what's next? I'm smoking so much I got a motherfucking pain in my chest. Yeah. Going bananas, I roll a couple, spit them on the bus, look like bananas. Yeah, Cooper bananas, I'm trees, ocean savannas. I'm living life, plus a couple bricks that shot for me, nanas. I'm talking about high grade when me smoking. They must see things, say a joke thing when me all a burn me ganja vibe, burn me ganja vibe, burn me ganja vibe, burn me ganja vibe. High grade when me smoking. They must see things, say a joke thing when me all a, me all a, me all a.
This is New Kingston. I say, watch it, you know. General Hydroponics, you're large. Watch it, you know. Yeah. Got to find a way. Hey, come listen me now. Hey. Well, the sun hot like this Kingston fire. Man, I look and work and can't get higher. Me smoke the herbs so me can get higher. I feel burn them up in no shot of fire. The youth them go to school and you teach them mere lie. Up them out the street and not know them shoe size. Pocket full of paper just to make it fit right. Anything just to get by.
Cha-cha, yes, him put me to the test, I know. Cha-cha bless me anywhere I go. Cha-cha give me strength to defeat my foes. Whoa.
We got to find a way. Just show why the way. Got to find a way. Just show why the way. In my town, people the things them know what to do. I've been juggle 3 jobs just to feed them you. Sophia raised, but them not raised the truth. Them know what we they are, so we sing it in the booth. That we have to work hard, I know. Them know we stronger now. I don't know hard, I know. Your people living now. Feel with life, so we are gonna take back control. Our people life, so them not gonna take where we soul.
Cha-cha, yes, he put me to the test, I know. Cha-cha bless me anywhere I go. Cha-cha give me strength to defeat my foes. Yeah.
Got to find a way. Just show why the way.
DFCRadio.com.
Hey, are you all right? I don't know, man. I am freaking out. I think I'm having a bad trip, bro.
A bad trip? Things look fine to me. Looks like you just transplanted your girls into some happy hippie garden mix from Sanctuary Soils.
So I'm not freaking out?
Oh, you're freaking out, all right. And I would be too. That's no ordinary potting soil you've got there. That's a premium organic blend that includes composted forest material, peat moss, perlite, pumice, lava rock, some of the best worm castings available, humic shale ore, dolomite lime, azomite, soy meal, and gypsum.
That's a lot of stuff. Did you just read all that? You just blew my mind, man.
It's a lot of good stuff that you can only find in an organic, natural mix like Happy Hippie.
So what you're saying is, with Happy Hippie Garden Mix, I shouldn't panic because it's organic?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever said that, and you shouldn't either. Although I guess you aren't wrong. Here's the deal. You aren't having a bad trip, bro. This is all great news. You're providing your plants with everything they need to get off to an incredible start.
So I can't taste colors then?
No. But you will taste and see the difference in your fruits and flowers now that you're using Happy Hippie Garden Mix from Sanctuary Soil. For more information, you should check out bulksoil.com.
Hey, I'm in the zone.
Hey man, your garden smells amazing this year. What are you doing different?
Haven't you heard? We've been using the Turpinator.
Did you say Turpinator like terpenes?
Yes, exactly. Turpinator is designed to increase your plant's terpenes, which are responsible for everything from how your plants smell to how much flavorful oils they produce. Basically, Turpinator is the one-stop shop for an overall quality increase for your fruits and flowers.
That's awesome. You know, I can tell the Turpinator has not only increased the oils in all your herbs and flowers, but it looks like it's going to increase your dry weight as well. And dude, don't even get me started on those crystals. They look like mini icebergs.
Well, you better hurry up and get on board. It's flowering season right now. And since Turpinator is made right here in Sonoma County, you can literally find it in any hydro store in town. Boost your plant's oils and bring out flavors that will drive your friends wild. Turpinator. Sticky is an understatement.
Hey, yo, this is Spanky Hayes, motherfucking Spanky Hayes, funny motherfucking Spanky Hayes. Shout out to DFZRadio.com.
So you're big time, huh?
Yeah, kinda.
There's no better time to step back and rethink your grow. Still in plastic pots or flimsy fabric pots that are a pain to move around or transplant into? Well, it's time you elevate your grow with GeoPot fabric pots. GeoPots are designed to withstand extreme moisture and salt-laden conditions, making them the ideal fabric pot for heavy hydroponic feeding programs and organic grows alike. The GeoPot has an innovative quad-stitch construction, which allows the reusable container to withstand constant moisture and prolonged UV exposure. Unlike traditional fabric pots, the roots in a GeoPot are naturally air-pruned, stunting their outward growth and promoting the growth of more lateral roots throughout the media. So, more roots below, more shoots, and heavier fruits above. Air pruning prevents your plants from becoming root-bound, which can drastically impact and improve nutrient uptake and yields. And I know you like how that sounds. Swing on over to geopot.com for more info, and stay true to your roots.
Coming to grips with measuring pH is a fundamental part of ensuring a successful crop. Of course, having the right nutrient mix is important, but without a slightly acidic pH level, plants won't receive optimal benefits from the nutrients supplied. Blue Lab has a range of pH measurement tools available to help both the commercial and small-scale growers. These include the Blue Lab Guardian Monitor, the Blue Lab Combo Meter, the Blue Lab pH Meter, the Blue Lab pH Pen, and the Blue Lab Soil pH Meter. For more information, visit us online at getbluelab.com.
Woo! 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 Ow! Love that money.
Heavy T Grow Show, baby.
Throughout human history, mankind has brought forth innovations that have changed their very evolution. The wheel, the compass, the printing press,
The light bulb.
and then General Hydroponics Flora Series 3-part. Originally formulated in 1976, the GH Flora Series is the original 3-part hydroponic-based nutrient system consisting of Flora Grow, Flora Bloom, and Flora Micro. The standard bearer of the industry for over 40 years, the GH Flora Series gets it right by giving your plants exactly what they need, exactly when they're looking for it. And while our understanding of the plants has changed over the years, GH has not stood still. The General Hydroponics R&D team just wrapped up a multi-year project to refine their feed charts, making them more precise, more customized, and somehow even easier to use than ever. So roll with the product that paved the way and changed the game. Roll with General Hydroponics Flora Series 3-part. For more information, go to generalhydroponics.com.
Don't you put that evil on me!
Heavy T.
That's Horty's Pimpin' 101.
Honey, come here. You have to see this. Wow, it is beautiful.
What?
Just look at it. Oh, man, look at it.
The light? The plants? What am I looking at?
The light. It's the Gavita Pro 900E LED. Can you believe the light it's throwing? Seriously, look at it. Look how close I can get it to the canopy. And I'm not even burning the plants. Just look at it. It's perfect.
Seriously?
The Gavita Pro 900 LED is seriously perfect for my grow space. It's got the performance of the Pro 1700 without the ceiling height restrictions. I've got it in my tent, honey. It's in my tent. Look at it. I can't.
All right. It really is gorgeous. Can I be done now?
I'm done. I'm done looking for a lighting solution that fits my specific needs. because I finally found the Gavita Pro 900E LED.
I'm happy for you, and I'm going now.
You want to know the best part, though? At 345 watts and a ridiculous 2.6 micromoles per joule, this baby puts off less ambient heat than competing fixtures, which gives me the flexibility to sit right on top of these ladies, and they are loving it. Have you ever seen my plants as happy as they look under my new Gavita Pro 900 LED? Am I right, honey? Honey?
For more information on the Gavita Pro 900, check out Gavita.com.
Heavy T hooked me up, man. Thanks.
That's right. That's right.
You are listening to Heavy T's Grow Show on DFZ Radio Network.
You know I'ma always buy from a Coco fucking ninja. Who gets me high? That's my Coco fucking ninja. We ain't growing outside, we some Coco fucking ninjas. Riding in my ride with some Coco fucking ninjas. My ninja, my ninja. My ninja, my ninja.
My ninja, my ninja.
My ninja, my ninja.
Going to strand bars.
My ninja. A Coco fucking ninja. She's wheeled by my side, I'm a Coco fucking ninja. You just can't hide from this Coco fucking ninja. My meme set the price, I'm a Coco fucking Illuminati. Ninja. Growers paradise, I'm a Coco fucking ninja. My ninja, my ninja. Say it. My ninja. A Coco fucking ninja. My ninja, my ninja. My ninja.
So a fucking caveman.
My ninja. My ninja.
Regeneration.
All right, we're back here with Bird Valley Organics talking regenerative farming. We also have our man Rob on the line. He's going to talk a little bit about the GoFundMe for Travis. Let's bring up Rob real quick. Hey, Rob, what's going on?
Good evening, gentlemen. Much appreciate this opportunity.
Hey, bro, I haven't seen you since I was in a bad mood and you tried to drop a deuce in my bathroom.
Dude, I wasn't even trying to use the bathroom. I was even trying to help you sell this pallet rack, but thanks for bringing that up, man. I appreciate you.
Hey, I miss you, Rob. I want to apologize for having a bad day.
That's funny, man. I appreciate you, man. Big time.
All right, bro. But our boy Travis from Bare Roots up there, tragic situation. Tell us a little bit about what's going on and how we can help.
Okay, so I've got all the articles linked into the GoFundMe, but essentially Travis was at the lake with his friend and his family, and a gentleman essentially came out of nowhere, out of the woods, 21-year-old from Sacramento, and was trying to steal one of the cars and then move towards the other where Travis's kids were inside, and something ensued. And essentially, when I was speaking to Bob, the owner of Bare Roots, he told me that the guy pointed a gun at Travis's daughter, and Travis stepped in front of the dude, and that's when he shot Travis.
Holy shit!
So, thankfully, a good guy with a gun was on the scene and stopped the dude. And so he is in custody. He is most definitely going to jail. He's getting charged with, I think, 2 counts of attempted murder and something involved with a hate crime as well. So right now, Travis is at the hospital. And today, they finally kind of saw some signs of him moving around in terms of his, he was trying to open his eyes. His girlfriend could feel him trying to squeeze her hand. And so we were all elated to hear that because it's basically been, we're just been on standby. And, he's got a long road ahead of him. He's not out of the woods yet. But, myself, I was just freaking devastated, yo.
Well,
but
Travis
now,
is a strong, stubborn SOB, and if we can think of one person that can turn this into another great story, and we'll all be, looking forward to telling Travis, awesome job on another great story of his life, and this is just going to be another chapter. But like you said, a long road ahead. So tell everyone to GoFundMe so they can contribute what they can. All hydro stores, hydro industry people. This is a small community. It's a niche community where we take care of our own, and this is one of those moments where we all need to rise to the occasion.
Hell yeah, brother. And right now, it's Travis Barber of Bare Roots Needs Our Strength. I can send you the link. I also posted your guys' show on the updates, let people know I was going to be on, so thank you so much for that. Currently, the goal was $100K. and basically in 2.5 days, we're at 59.6.
And he's going to need every last bit of it for this recovery effort and trying to get back on his feet and take care of his family and he's not going to be able to work. And Bear Roots Redding is, one of the prime people in the area who need the knowledge, and he was one of those suppliers of knowledge. So this is going to be a big
Travis
step.
Is just a genuine badass and a good human being. Like, I've never seen the guy upset, angry, aggravated, just always a smile on his face and there to help. So.
Well, we appreciate you setting this up for us, Rob. We appreciate you taking care of the industry and taking care of your own,
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. I want to make sure that Travis doesn't have to worry about anything when he gets out, because he's going to be down for a bit. So I cannot wait to stoke him out with this. I'm probably going to joke around with him and say that I gambled half of it and I only got a G left. But we like to razz each other like that. But as soon as I get more updates, I'll continue to put them on the GoFundMe. I'm regularly updating it and thanking everyone that puts in donations. So I'll send you the links and so you guys can post them. I don't have social media, so I really appreciate your help with this.
Yeah, so everyone can go to GoFundMe.com/help Travis Barber of Bear Roots Redding.
Much appreciated, gentlemen.
Rob, adding and everything's tragic, but the fact that his children were there too, it really hits home. How is the friends and family taking care of the kids and stuff with Travis man down right now?
They're well cared for. Not only is all the families coming together, but just the community. And Travis's daughter went up to Bob yesterday and said, she told, I just need to come get a hug from you. And so, everyone is just really supportive of each other. And it's really a beautiful thing. My phone's off the hook from reps all over the country. I got distributor reps calling me. It's just, emails coming into my box, just an outpouring of support. How can we help? What can we do? And, seeing the donations that have come in from the various companies. And, we know Travis has been selling all these products and dealing with these people for years. So, you might be in one small area, but you just know so many people because this industry spreads out. And, I just can't even fathom someone pointing a gun at your kid. But, Travis went down fighting. He tried to throw a rock at this dude. He was like, hey, this ain't happening. So he's a true G. I got nothing but respect for him. And, his family is well taken care of right now. Bob, especially the owner of Bear Roots, is making sure they got everything they need. And, it's a beautiful thing.
Man, that is horrific. Go to the GoFundMe, help Travis Barber out. Bear Roots, Travis Barber.
Travis Barber or Bear Roots needs our strength. I'm not really. I don't I can send you guys a link. I'm not too familiar.
Shoot the link or tag me in it in social media. Heavy T Grow.
I actually don't have social media. I'm like an old school person. So
yeah, we know, Rob. You're one of God's rare creatures.
He's calling from a fucking a landline right now.
But Rob, you just keep keep us updated. We're gonna send good prayers and good vibes up towards Travis and his family and his children, and just keep us updated. And man, go check out the GoFundMe, and we'll talk to you as soon as we get some more updates.
All right, man. Heavy stuff, Rob. You be well as well, man. And as much as your friend needs everyone, he needs the people closest to him, and you be strong for him, and everyone needs him as he needs you as much as possible, dude.
And Rob, the bathroom's still off limits here.
No deuces in the bathroom.
Yes, fair enough. But, I might just leave one on your doorstep if you treat me like that again.
All right, cut him off. Cut him, Mike. That's it.
I love you, brother.
Hey,
is there a way I can, link this exact show into the GoFundMe so people can listen to it?
Yep, we'll do it off the air for sure. I got your back on that.
Yeah, we'll send you the link.
All right. Thanks, gentlemen. You have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Rob. Thanks for everything you're doing.
Man, crazy times in the world. When is no time crazy, but it's no one's immune from tragedy or circumstances of life, man. That we live in the society. We choose to live in the society, be participants in it, even if we don't agree with everything that goes on as far as laws and things like that. Like we are participating, and fucking, there's nothing greater than life that will beat the fuck out of you when you least expect it. Super sad circumstances. I don't even know what to say about that. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one more quick break. Saying just put on a couple commercials. We'll come back with
little palate cleanser.
Bird Valley Organics, and we'll talk a little bit more about Grow. But I want to gather myself a second.
When I got back skin and some beer, she's still sleeping with me, bro. And this ain't me talking with my ego, but this is me saying confidence is all you need. Though if you're the one complaining a lot, maybe change all your thoughts, cause I swear that's all you have to do. And maybe they don't pay me a lot, but you still wanna lay in my spot, cause my attitude, yeah, my girl love me for my imperfections, but I'm there with good intentions. Got no whips and I got no mention,
Happy birthday. Here we are, Canicon, Dr. Duff. I'm up in here in the Natural Enemies. What's the name of your company?
Natural Enemies.
I just said it, bro. Damn, I'm good, dude. I can read. That's Long Beach education at its finest. So, Natural Enemies. What the hell is Natural Enemies, dude? Do I just go get my homies and we go around and we just kick some ass?
For the most part, yeah. Beneficial insects or predatory mites that feed on the pest mites that people have in their garden.
So you have beneficial mites that you sell to the public for their garden to get. What is a beneficial mite? What does it look like?
Well, you can see them with the naked eye pretty easily. Simply, we got pictures here to show you. But yeah, they feed on the pests that you have in the garden. There's no negative impact on your plants whatsoever. It takes the place of any chemical applications to your crop.
So if you have spider mites in your garden, right? I'm going to go and buy my natural...
Persimilis. Buy Persimilis.
Buy Persimilis. What is that? What's that word?
Persimilis is most aggressive against two-spot spider mites, basically.
Bam! Knowledge for your brains. Did your face just melt like mine? It did. Okay, Persimilis. I said it right. I know I did. But anyways, check this out. They have spider mite, anti-spider mites. What are they called again?
Spider mite predators.
Spider mite predators that will go in and eat your spider mites. If you got webs on your garden, first of all, you're doing wrong because you got webs. And then you're going to need to get this Natural Enemies, bro.
Word.
Damn straight. Hey, how much does these natural predators, how much do they cost?
It just depends on which ones that you buy. There's slow release sachets versus active adults. Just go online at naturalenemiesbiocontrol.com.
There it is, naturalenemiesbiocontrol.com. Check them out. How much would a small jar of some Natural Enemies cost you?
$33 is a minimum, but you need to have a $100 minimum to place an order.
There it is, $100, people, okay? And you know what? How much does a $100 treat? How big of an area?
It's dependent. Dependent on pest pressure and the populations that you have going on. So there's nothing, no specifics that we can give you on it.
So just get a big-ass bottle and just throw them out and let them go to business.
Slow-release sachets are what you want to treat preventatively. You don't ever want to get to the adults.
Damn straight. You don't want no webs up on your stuff because then you're just going to have to throw it away, right?
You got it.
Or my buddy over here, he'll smoke it. Yeah,
420. DFZRadio.com.
All right. Well, we tested some of Bird Valley Organics out, and I'm still alive, so it's pretty good. Actually, it's really fucking smooth, dude.
Thanks.
Like what's going on here? What are we actually toking on?
You are toking on one of our latest cultivars that we released. Strandivars, yes, that we released in our with our Coastal Sun with one of our partners we distribute for. They have what's called a partner series. When it's flower that they don't grow, they announce the farm that it is. So since we have such a close relationship, we just threw our flower into their jars.
Okay.
And so, but it's never white labeled. So the beauty of it is that everybody knows who cultivated it. We don't believe in with the white label game. We
you
believe
have
in
some pride in it.
Yeah, well, you gotta. I mean, it's like give credit when credit's due, right? Give it to the farmer. Let the farmer, if you grew it, let the farmer get the credit for growing it, and just
know where it originated.
Yeah, at least know where it originated,
And this is a sativa.
It is a sativa.
So am I gonna get all annoyed, bro?
You probably will. Hopefully in a good way.
I don't know, man. You
Too
should have told
scared.
me that before I smoked it. Terry, she was talking about like reincarnation and stuff, and I was like, damn, I should smoke some of this, and now I'm kind of getting annoyed out.
You might remember your
Now I
past
kinda
life.
want some crystals.
Yeah.
There you go. Just imagine though that bud was grown with no inputs, right?
Hugel bed.
In a Hugel bed.
See, let me stop you right there because growers are hearing you, and they think you're. I think you're saying, and when I first heard it, a Hugo bed like Grodin, like Hugo's, right?
No, we're not saying Hugo.
But
It's not Hugo.
what you're talking about? It's a German term.
It's called Hugel. It's spelled HUGELKULTUR. Hugelkultur.
Way more letters than Hugo.
My German sucks, by the way.
But his French is on point.
My French is all right. I like wine.
It's decent.
But no, my German sucks. But it's pronounced that way, and so it's just basically a way of sequestering carbon in large amounts and then cycling the carbon through proper photosynthesis. It's what a lot of people don't understand is how important photosynthesis is, and that's literally everything.
Well, that's what churns at where the plant makes the food because
Yes.
the plant they think they're feeding the plant even with synthetics, right?
Yes.
When we talked about synthetics, we're trying to feed get the ions in the root zone to where we are powering the photosynthesis because that's what's actually feeding the plant.
Yes.
It's producing its own food. It's producing its own sugar.
Yep. So, but the only issue with that is just imagine you have this engine, and this engine has potential to run 2,000 RPM, or it could run 300 RPM. It'll still run and get you to the place, but the only way you can get to the max RPM is literally through one magic word, and it's called carbon. And so the more carbon you put in there, the more bioavailable you have the nutrients for the plants. It doesn't matter how much nutrients you have locked in the soil. If it's not being unlocked by the plant and uptaken by the plant, it doesn't really matter what you have in your soil. And so the only way to do that is through proper photosynthesis.
And is that just through the humates that are in the carbon, or is it other mechanisms?
It's so many things. It's like, so I don't know how technical you want me to go with it.
Motherfucker, you say you're going to leave in 27 minutes, so you got 27 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'll just
get
try
as
to-
technical as
let-
you need to get.
No, I'll
man.
I'll try to. I'll make it short.
I'm digging this.
I'll make it short.
This is the greatest heavy tea show that I don't have to talk. Chef keeps ruining it by talking. But, you know.
Wah, wah, wah.
So essentially, the ratio of carbon to nitrogen is 30-1. So if you think about that as a concept, it's like, well, why are we so focused on nitrogen, right? If that's really true, if that's the case, why are we so focused on nitrogen?
Why?
And it's been fed to us for a really long time by Big Ag that we needed nitrogen. And in some senses, you do need some nitrogen, but you don't really need it in these large forms. And the plant will only take what the plant takes, right? It's just like humans when we're taking.
That's the key.
That's the key.
Because you can have an abundance of something, but it's what it's actually using.
Right. Right.
So as you use an example, you said 300 parts per million of nitrogen is standard agricultural thought.
Yep.
And if you look at a regenerative forest,
Yep.
you have what?
0.1.
0.1 nitrogen, but that 0.1 is 100% available.
Yeah, and the rest is carbon.
And it's like this. If you're at a buffet, and I like to use this analogy for the growers and the listeners. If you're at a buffet and all this great food is in front of you, you're only going to be able to eat as much as you can eat.
That's it.
And you're going to be full, and no matter how much more great food's in front of you, you can't eat it.
That's right.
And a lot of times that's washed out, and that nitrogen that's not absorbed degrades the topsoil, degrades everything. Our farmland is depleted of nutrients, and it's from
100.
Completely devoid.
nitrogen.
It's from nitrogen. It's also from tilling. And unfortunately, and I was talking to Chef off camera. We were talking about like why tilling is so dangerous, and what people, why is tilling, so destructive. And what people talk about the most is the destruction of the microbes, right? Like the obvious, right?
Yeah.
You have a microbe colony in there. It's taking God knows how long to form.
A large web of things that are working together.
Yes, but
Literally a web.
literally a web, and so
Food soil web, right?
The
Is that
soil
one of
food
Ingram's,
web.
yeah,
yes,
that's one of
Elaine
Ingram's
Ingham.
books.
Yeah, great.
I've interviewed her and read the book.
Oh, cool. So that's the book that set me on the path, was Teaming with Microbes, and then that one from there you read everything else, Teaming with Fungi, Teaming with Nutrients, and then you go into Elaine Ingham books, and then it's a little more complicated because she's like a PhD doctorate who discovered microbes in the 80s.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we up to that point we thought that it was minerals, and all of a sudden, she comes in saying like, well, no, these things,
living.
they're living, and they actually have a purpose, and she basically discovered like, well, this is how nutrients, how plants uptake nutrients is through these microbes. These microbes are doing the work, and so the more photosynthesis that happens, the more sugars that the plants release through the roots, through the exudates,
For the food for the microbes.
more food for the microbes, and so the microbes do more work, and in turn give them more nutrients, right?
And
so
the sugars are carbohydrates that if they don't get eaten, they start decomposing and become carbon.
and it's more food for more microbes,
Yeah.
and that's all it is. It's just more. It's a beautiful system that you'll never see a deficiency. Like in a system like that, you'll never see what a manganese deficiency. You'll never see a calcium deficiency, and if you do, it's because you're still building that soil, and maybe you need to add a dandelion, right, to add calcium to the soil, or maybe you need you're lacking nitrogen because it's already been depleted, and you add maybe some daikon radishes or peas or any kind of other legumes that add nitrogen to the soil naturally.
Now you're speaking my language, brother.
Cover crops, and you do cover crops. You
Talking
chop
about
and
like
drop.
the three sisters back, the Native Americans,
That's
knowing
right.
about
The corn,
the squash, the corn, and the
bean.
beans.
That's right.
And one of them, the beans provide nitrogen back to the soil to grow the corn, and in turn they break down and they grow the squash as they decompose.
100%. And the squash creates ground cover in the way that it grows, right? So it creates the ground cover for the soil.
Right.
And, the corn is the bean stock for the bean, and it's a beautiful thing. And that came from the Incas.
Yep.
That came,
they saw the symbiotic relationship with Earth and the planting and the fucking growing environment.
Well, when it's life and death and not just, hey, there's abundance. Let me capitalistic society. It's a hunter-gatherer society, and as they figured these things out, you start creating civilization, but you have to stand by those tenets.
Yep.
And there's a lot of different things that we can go down that rabbit hole.
Oh, yeah, we
with.
can go really deep.
But nonetheless, knowing the symbiotic relationships and starting from there, reading those books that you're talking about, if someone's looking to get into, reusable, regenerative farming techniques, first off, start with those. I would assume that would be the best advice you'd give.
Yeah.
And then is it just start growing? And I like to say that because I'm like, dude, I call my friends, some of them, the veg masters. Because these motherfuckers just, like, they're vegging their plants nonstop. And it's like, dude, flip these motherfucking plants. Like, what are you doing? Well, this isn't perfect, player. Player, this player. Come on, player. And it's like, come on, veg master, just flip them. You got to jump into the deep end at some point and start growing.
Yes.
And expect the worst, but hope for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
it. All you can do is just, that's it. That's really all you can do is know what you're working with. If you know that these creatures, which are the microbes, are going to do all this work for you, the best thing I would advise you to do is to learn what microbes like, so that you take care of the microbes and the microbes take care of you, right? You're the coach to the football team. Like, get your strategy, get your playbook going. Like, that's what you need so that your microbes can thrive, right?
And on that point, Manny, I am not a big fan of dumping a lot of sugar into my soil. I like to have natural sugar occurring.
Like molasses, you mean?
Yeah, like molasses. Just I'll use maybe some, but some dudes are in there that they just
nuts.
create a nastiness that starts decomposing.
It goes
and
anaerobic.
Exactly.
It's a host of problems.
Then they get ants and stuff.
Yeah. It's not good. I would not recommend that.
No, so how do you feed your microbes? Is it through
biology?
Carbon.
More
carbon.
Banana peels.
Carbon. If there's one word I want you to guys
Worm
walk away with when I
castings.
leave here, is the word carbon.
And carbon comes from the eggshells, everything, right?
We are carbon.
Anything you put in there,
everything is carbon.
That's not me.
It's the building block of life. We're carbon and microbes. We're less percent human than we are anything. We're more percent microbes and more percent carbon than we are human. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Dang.
That's tripping me out.
Well, your stomach is one big hugel bed full of microbes, and if your microbes aren't, if you have the wrong microbe in there, you're going to feel really sick, and you're going to have skin conditions and all kinds of stuff gone awry.
Oh, you've been to Nicaragua.
So you gotta have.
The chivers.
So
you got the chivers from eating the fruit on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta keep your stomach balanced, and it's all the same thing.
That's why everybody's drinking the kombuchas, right?
You gotta have that probiotic culture in there.
The microbiome. People are understanding that how important the gut is, and the microbes that we have in the gut and the role they play.
That's where the immune system starts.
Yeah, with your health system, and chemicals like glyphosate, that's one of the things it damages is exactly that, your endocrine system, but it also damages your gut microbiome. And these are things that, why regenerative farming is so important, right? Because you eliminate the need of having to use these chemicals because of a problem, right? Like you're always going to have a problem because there's always going to be an imbalance because humans can never be God, right? Like, do you really think that a fan is going to be better than the wind? I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's like we're really, and it's like how the sturdier plants and the best plants you have are the ones in the corner and in the closest to that fan. And then, the venting system also, like when I was an indoor grower, I had issues with my venting systems too, of like even mold being in the venting system of like, and I just found myself constantly troubleshooting and constantly worrying about death, right? Like, fungal disease or this or pests that are trying to kill me, like always something that was related to death. And then all of a sudden when I became a regenerative farmer, everything became about life. And everything became about feeding things and bringing things to life and adding, not taking away. And this was a fundamental thing for me personally and for Terry to embark on this journey, because it's like, it's like, well, what else is like this, right? And you start questioning everything.
Yeah. Well, we talked and that's a key point. We talked about bringing to life a bed and composting and getting started. But after I have my harvest, if I'm gonna follow your style,
yep.
When the downtime comes, because even though we're in California, we've all tried to pull off the winter crop, and we're like, "Fuck, why did we do that? We wasted our time. We spun our wheels, and this shit. Well, fuck this shit."
We've definitely been there for sure.
And every time you're like, it's still hot in October.
Yeah,
let's replant. And then about mid-November, you're like, "This was a really bad fucking idea."
Or you're out surfing in January, and it's like 72, and then you're looking at it, you're like, damn it, babe, I knew it should have fucking put plants.
I go like this. I'm like, oh, the UV chart, the UV at 2. That's telling me I should not be planting right now.
And then you get 3 weeks of rain, and then you're like looking outside, you're like, oh my God.
It was all bad.
Damn it.
So in the downtime, keeping my beds alive.
Yep.
What do you do?
Keep cover crop on them.
What types we keep talking cover crop? What do you guys specifically use?
Yeah,
can you, if it's not a trade secret?
No trade secret. We're actually open source, man. Go on our website, birdvalleyorganics.com. You'll see everything, anything and everything you need. And if you don't, you can email me. I'm always available to answer questions.
Share that knowledge.
It's
Drop your email, man.
Manny@birdvalleyorganics.com. And I'm always open for questions. This is my passion lives in actually changing minds and having people convert to this system all over the world. And so, nobody really listens to the kale farmer, but the kale farmer doesn't really have too much of a platform, unfortunately. The cannabis farmer does. And so if I can, use my cannabis platform to be able to get the message out as to why the kale is important, why the pole bean is important, the tomato.
Because if we get people caring about their fucking food like they care about their fucking weed,
it'll be amazing.
There you are again, just ruining the show.
It'll be amazing, and it's happening, right? Like there's the consumer's asking questions now, man. And when I go to my hometown of Miami, where I used to be like nobody asked questions over there, right? I used to be like everybody's about partying in Miami, right?
Yeah.
People are asking questions when I went back home. I was like, dude, people are asking like the right questions. Like you guys are, I'm like, you guys are asking some California questions right now.
But what specifically, what cover crops are in the off season?
So I like to use a lot of legumes in the off season to keep the nitrogen in there too. So like any kind of beans, daikon radishes are great too. It breaks up soil enough, and if you when you leave the because we'll never eat all those daikon radishes. For us, we actually like to leave the daikon inside, cut the stalk, leave the daikon inside. We eat the flowers. But I like to also keep some kind of wildflowers. They're not all blooming, obviously, but just to keep bees around for pollinating. But mostly just legumes is the main key. Yeah, so like veg,
some wheat,
some clove, some wheat,
cowpea, I think.
Cowpea. I could actually send you guys our list and our SOP.
You guys got a seed mix that you just throw out on it, or you do guys specifically go plant?
We have different things. We grow 40 different between vegetables and herbs, 40 different varieties in a year, in a season. And then we also have 3 different varieties of legumes, and last year we did 18 varieties of wildflower.
Really?
We're not gonna do this many wildflower this year. Last year was it was crazy.
Damn, you had crazy bees.
It was a good thing. It was a good
great
thing.
thing,
The problem is that we found a little bit of drowning sometimes with some of the other plants that didn't, like the scragglers. Not every plant is cut from the same cord, and so some of the scragglies that didn't get as the height that we wanted were too surrounded by a lot of plants, and so a lot of the bottom buds didn't do what we wanted them to do, and so that was definitely a lesson learned for us. Like, and mind you, like I don't have all these answers, right? Like
they are, and it actually benefits the cannabis plants as well, because it's survival of the fittest, right? That if you're competing with other plants for nutrition, light, and all that, the energy is going to go to the strongest part. But again, the weakest part, the lowers, if they're competing and those other plants are stronger, then, and you talked about it being your cash crop, again, this is your business.
Yeah.
So lesson learned, like you said, you got to plant some of those out around the actual plant.
Yep, and like I said, we have a lean team. I mean, like literally, the cultivation team is me and my right-hand man, Andres. And we use contract labor for like projects. Like now we're about to plant 5,860 plants on Monday, and I have 10 people coming in.
Damn, you cloud chasing over here, man?
No, it's true. I mean, it's a sea of green. These things are not going to go full term.
How big is sea of green?
So we're doing an autoflower crop that's going to go for fresh frozen, and we have some concentrate companies that. Yeah,
I love the fresh frozen aspect.
It's easy, and especially if it's already talked about with like a concentrate brand that you work with. And so like we'll get the freezer vans, we'll bring it up. I mean, mind you, everything is with metric ID. So like the hardest part really is the compliance part, right? Mm-hmm. Because like everything has to be tracked. You got to keep all your tags or every single one. I mean, imagine 5,863 tags.
Do you trip at all on the proliferation of hemp and the potential of hemp pollinating your cannabis crop?
We did trip a little bit out in the beginning. I did a little bit in the beginning because I mean there was a lot of hype about it, and I was like, man, there's a few hemp farms right around me, but it didn't
come to.
There was no issue. No,
and I'm speculating, but that heavy marine layer keeps a lot of pollen down. That extra moisture in the air.
And
keeps
is it full outdoor? Does it have?
Full outdoor.
Okay, potentially pollen could float over.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep. All day.
Lastly, guys, because I know that you got hungry stomachs and you're going to have dinner with your buddies down here. Yeah, these guys drove straight in from Santa Cruz, straight to the studio.
Yeah.
Did the chef show, did the real show afterwards, and
they had quite a day.
Talking about the genetics that we're growing in that type of environment with the heavy marine layer.
Yep.
I mean, certain things are gonna have a bud mold and stuff.
Yes. Especially,
have you?
It's a total different.
Is it trial and error? Like again, because everything's so bastardized right now with exotics and everything. Is it trial and error, or did someone put you on when you got in the region, or what's up?
Well, it's a total different growing style to begin with. In our old farm, we used to grow them tall and large, and in where we live now, we don't grow them as large. We want to keep them at a fair, workable size. And also, we source cultivars from nurseries that, Strandivars. Strandivars.
Come on, Terry.
Strandivars. I'm getting from local nurseries that have already started breeding plants, and they know. And Coastal Star Nursery, we work with very closely, and they provide really amazing clones that are acclimated.
Clones and seeds.
And
They sell
seeds, right.
Clones, whatever you need.
We grow from seed. And so, they've already perfected it for us. We do a lot of, they do a lot of communication, and the stuff they put out is high quality.
Mm-hmm.
And so, in talking to the farmer and learning the farmer's needs and putting out high quality, we've been pretty fortunate. Also, Manny and Andres are constantly experimenting. Our garden is never like, this is what we're doing and this is what we're going to do. It's never stagnant. We're always experimenting and trying different things and working with different people and trying different genetics and open to it. So
that's
it's
great.
never
A lot
really
of
done.
commercial growers are not that way. And I've always said, hey, compared to NorCal, because NorCal, and I'm talking like Prop 215 or prior, that's where all the large farms were. Right?
Yeah.
And if you have a lot invested, there's less incentive for you to, hey, I'm going to test out this new Strandivar. I'm going to test this new method
real
because
rigid.
it's like, I need to produce. This is going to be my income. But when they come down to Southern California, everyone is in a house or a garage, or when tents became, they're like, fuck it, dude. I got this fucking little tent. I'm going to try this out.
Yeah.
And shit just started evolving. And I think really a lot of innovation as far as genetics and stuff came from that mindset. And I am worried, and I'm glad to see that you guys have the same mindset still, even on a large scale, because I am worried that as things push to more larger and larger scale, that innovation for the grower, it's the grower that perpetuates and pushes the innovation. If the grower doesn't have incentive to do it, who's doing it?
So that I can second that 300%. And what I'll say about that is we come from that era, right? We come from the 215 market, and a lot of the things that we learned, right, was through experimentation, right? Like these were the days where people were not posting things on YouTube, information. You were hiding.
We started the show 10 years ago, and you couldn't say weed. We would hang up on you.
You know what I mean?
It was, we call it a hydro shop etiquette. It was
Right.
fruits, flowers, and tomatoes.
That's
So
right.
imagine that,
Like,
right?
you mean your tomatoes, player? What do you mean green crack tomatoes? You out.
Yeah, and so what that did was, what I missed the most from the black market, and it's crazy because I'm a big legal operator, but what I miss the most is the innovation, is the fact that when you're a legal operator, you're dealing with so much. You're dealing with spreadsheets, taxes, metric transfers, startup costs, investors,
return, ROI,
return, everything. Every quarter you're losing a chunk of hair, and it's like luckily for us, we have no investors. We've been very lucky that we've bootstrapped this thing and it's worked out for us, but it hasn't been easy. And I, in the beginning, I had to go out and do all the sales myself, and then open up all the dispensaries. I figured because we weren't going to be able to get what our distributors, these huge distributors, were charging. 30%, 25%. I was like, dude, we're gonna go under. So I'm gonna have to go sell this shit myself. And I went out there and I opened up like the first 60 something dispensaries by myself, and I would do the deliveries. And this is when I was still doing handwritten metric transfers, right? I was like handwritten manifest. There was no metric yet. And I was doing a handwritten manifest, and so I was beating all the big distributors that were like, no, you need to bring it here, and we need to manifest it, and then the product goes out. Like I had the product in the van. I was still doing it.
Semi off the trunk.
Semi off the trunk, but legally, right? Because 2018, like this was still legit.
You got
what
your
I was
hustle
doing.
on, player.
Yeah, I had my hustle on, and I rode that legal little loophole, and I was able to. I had an advantage on people because it's like, oh, you want this order? I'm like, well, I have it in the trunk right now. I could just pull it out. Let me write this manifest for you, handwritten, and then I was able to do that a few times and get into a few shops.
Right.
And then after that, we hired our first person, and then
We've
got our
grown
second
really
van.
organically and slow.
But I was known as the man in the van. Because it was like it was just
Manny in the vanny.
The man in the van. And there's a few jokes around that in the industry, but I'll leave it at that because
I'm down by the coast.
But
in a van.
Yeah,
by the river.
We were very bootstrapped, and we were getting around all over the state, and people were like, "Oh shit, man, Bird Valley is this huge company, right?" And like you could see us in Orange County, you could see us in Santa Cruz and San Francisco, and it was just me driving all over the fucking state. with Terry by my side, and we would sleep on top of the bins right here off the side of the road in Santa Barbara. When we dropped off all the orders, we had a bunch of bins in the van. We're like, how the hell are we going to put this mattress back here? So we'd line up all the bins and put them in like a domino, like a stack.
And then camp out in the weekend.
And then sleeping on
empty
bins.
Hey, Manny, you got a real one right there.
Dude, you don't even know the stuff.
My wife would have been like,
Well,
I'm like, you spoiled little girl.
Dude, because she's on that laptop the whole time, right? Like,
you
as
got
my
your hustle on.
sidekick.
You're passionate about something, and you're seeing it through, and that's what's great about Bird Valley Organics, guys. And dude, we could talk for another couple hours, but I want everyone to check you out on Instagram. Is it at Bird Valley Organics?
Yes.
At Bird Valley. You could email Manny at birdvalleyorganics.com and get any of the information that we talked about tonight, or even elaborate. You might get blown up, bro. You you don't know the can of worms that you opened up with the Duff Free Nation.
But it's all good.
Well, then in that case, if you want to learn about whole plant medicine, or you want to learn more about FSOs, contact Terry at birdvalleyorganics.com
and
with
is
a
that
Y.
Terry? All right. Sorry, English isn't my first language. It's but nonetheless, guys, I really appreciate you coming through.
Thank you.
Fire Flower.
Thank you.
Awesome conversation. Anytime you're in Long Beach, you have an open invitation. You contact Chef or myself, and we'll link up and.
Good.
Hopefully some events start popping off here that we can all get together and, COVID, all the regulations go away and we can make things happen.
I would like to extend the same offer. You guys come to our place. We have a big farmhouse. You can stay at the house. We can cook. I'd love to cook something with you. Anything you like.
Cheese wheel, anyone?
He has a cheese wheel. That's it.
We got a damn chef over here,
we do.
guys.
Oh my God, we got the cannabis.
You
It would
cook
be
it, he'll
great.
add
and
cheese.
You guys come, hang out, we'll talk. It would be great.
Let's do it.
You got anything that matches with cheese, he's got the wheel.
That's perfect.
Hey, can we go out with the cheese wheel wizard real quick? Put on the cheese wheel wizard. Bird Valley Organics, Terry and Manny, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you coming in.
It was wonderful to be
Talk and grow. Having a great time. We're coming back with grand prize question 562-653-0707. Here's the Cheese Wheeled Wizard. We do parody songs. Actually, our man Upstate Grower does, but he made this about Chef. You gotta hear it.
Turn it up
Since he
again.
was a young boy, he learned to grow 'em tall. NorCal down to Long Beach, he's microdosed them all. Spends his show convincing anyone who'd call. That thin chin strap beard doesn't look strange at all. Won't buy cheese in slices or cheese that's in a wedge. Won't cook with cheese that's grated, that shit just makes a mess. Spends his show convincing everyone who calls. His thin chin strap beard doesn't look strange at all. He's a cheese wheel wizard, but I don't think it's Swiss. The cheese wheel wizard, magic butter in his bliss. Where does he think he's from? Hydro Chef approved. Ain't got no assistants, doesn't need no sous chef. Keeps his shit on simmer so he can cash Hawthorne's checks. Spends his show convincing anyone who'd call. That thin chin strap beard doesn't look strange at all. He's a cheese wheel wizard, but I don't think it's Swiss. A cheese wheel wizard, magic butter infused bliss.
DFZRadio.com.
Hey, are you all right? I don't know, man. I am freaking out. I think I'm having a bad trip, bro. A bad trip? Things look fine to me.
Looks like you just transplanted your girls into some happy hippie garden mix from Sanctuary Soils.
So I'm not freaking out?
Oh, you're freaking out, all right. And I would be too. That's no ordinary potting soil you've got there. That's a premium organic blend that includes composted forest material, peat moss, perlite, pumice, lava rock, some of the best worm castings available, humic shale ore, dolomite lime, azomite, soy meal, and gypsum.
That's a lot of stuff. Did you just read all that? You just blew my mind, man.
It's a lot of good stuff that you can only find in an organic, natural mix like Happy Hippie.
So what you're saying is, with Happy Hippie Garden Mix, I shouldn't panic because it's organic?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever said that, and you shouldn't either. Although I guess you aren't wrong. Here's the deal. You aren't having a bad trip, bro. This is all great news. You're providing your plants with everything they need to get off to an incredible start.
So I can't taste colors then?
No. But you will taste and see the difference in your fruits and flowers now that you're using Happy Hippie Garden Mix from Sanctuary Soil. For more information, you should check out bulksoil.com.
Hey, I'm in the zone.
Dude, this shit is
Hey man, your garden smells amazing this year. What are you doing different?
Haven't you heard? We've been using the Turpinator.
Did you say Turpinator like terpenes?
Yes, exactly. Turpinator is designed to increase your plant's terpenes, which are responsible for everything from how your plants smell to how much flavorful oils they produce. Basically, Turpinator is the one-stop shop for an overall quality increase for your fruits and flowers.
That's awesome. You know, I can tell the Turpinator has not only increased the oils in all your herbs and flowers, but it looks like it's going to increase your dry weight as well. And dude, don't even get me started on those crystals. They look like mini icebergs.
Well, you better hurry up and get on board. It's flowering season right now. And since Turpinator is made right here in Sonoma County, you can literally find it in any hydro store in town. Boost your plant's oils and bring out flavors that will drive your friends wild. Turpinator. Sticky is an understatement.
Hey, yo, this is Spanky Hayes, motherfucking Spanky Hayes, funny motherfucking Spanky Hayes. Shout out to DFZRadio.com.
So you're big time, huh?
Yeah, kinda.
Hey, Dr. Duff, are you signing up for another one of those internet dating sites after your divorce?
Nah, I'm just ordering these freaking douchebags from China here. Just gonna be saving a lot of money on it. About $1 a bag.
Did you say douchebags?
Yeah, they're pots. They're fabric pots. They're, made in China. You know, they save $1 a bag from all the other.
Oh, it sounds like an imitation Smart Pot or something.
Yeah, save $1, but, I'm pretty sure these douchebags are gonna work.
Dude, I had a buddy of mine who used those same douchebags. He bought them direct from China. It killed his whole garden.
Bro, what? So I'm better off spending that extra $1 on a Smart Pot?
I'd get a Smart Pot.
Don't be a Duff man. Make sure to buy the original patented Smart Pot. Check them out at smartpots.com.
Coming to grips with measuring pH is a fundamental part of ensuring a successful crop. Of course, having the right nutrient mix is important, but without a slightly acidic pH level, plants won't receive optimal benefits from the nutrients supplied. Blue Lab has a range of pH measurement tools available to help both the commercial and small-scale growers. These include the Blue Lab Guardian Monitor, the Blue Lab Combo Meter, the Blue Lab pH Meter, the Blue Lab pH Pen, and the Blue Lab Soil pH Meter. For more information, visit us online at getbluelab.com.
Woo! 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 Ow!
Love that money. Heavy T Grow Show, baby.
Throughout human history, mankind has brought forth innovations that have changed their very evolution.
The wheel, the compass, the printing press, the light bulb.
And then, General Hydroponics Flora Series 3-part. Originally formulated in 1976, the GH Flora Series is the original 3-part hydroponic-based nutrient system consisting of Flora Grow, Flora Bloom, and Flora Micro. The standard bearer of the industry for over 40 years, the GH Flora Series gets it right by giving your plants exactly what they need, exactly when they're looking for it. And while our understanding of the plants has changed over the years, GH has not stood still. The General Hydroponics R&D team just wrapped up a multi-year project to refine their feed charts, making them more precise, more customized, and somehow even easier to use than ever. So roll with the product that paved the way and changed the game. Roll with General Hydroponics Flora Series 3-part. For more information, go to generalhydroponics.com.
Don't you put that evil on me!
Heavy T.
That's Horty's Pimpin' 101.
Honey, come here. You have to see this. Wow, it is beautiful.
What?
Just look at it. Oh, man, look at it.
The light? The plants? What am I looking at?
The light. It's the Gavita Pro 900E LED. Can you believe the light it's throwing? Seriously, look at it. Look how close I can get it to the canopy. And I'm not even burning the plants. Just look at it. It's perfect.
Seriously?
The Gavita Pro 900 LED is seriously perfect for my grow space. It's got the performance of the Pro 1700 without the ceiling height restrictions. I've got it in my tent, honey. It's in my tent. Look at it. I can't.
All right. It really is gorgeous. Can I be done now?
I'm done. I'm done looking for a lighting solution that fits my specific needs because I finally found the Gavita Pro 900E LED.
I'm happy for you, and I'm going now.
You want to know the best part, though? At 345 watts and a ridiculous 2.6 micromoles per joule, this baby puts off less ambient heat than competing fixtures, which gives me the flexibility to sit right on top of these ladies, and they are loving it. Have you ever seen my plants as happy as they look under my new Gavita Pro 900 LED? Am I right, honey? Honey?
For more information on the Gavita Pro 900, check out Gavita.com.
Heavy T hooked me up, man. Thanks.
That's right. That's right.
You are listening to Heavy T's Grow Show on DFZ Radio Network.
You know I'ma always buy from a Coco fucking ninja. Who gets me high? That's my Coco fucking ninja. We ain't growing outside, we some Coco fucking ninjas. Riding in my ride with some Coco fucking ninjas. My ninja, my ninja. My ninja, my ninja. Coco fucking ninja. My ninja, my ninja. My ninja, my ninja. A Coco fucking ninja. She's wheeled by my side, I'm a Coco fucking ninja. You just can't hide from this Coco fucking ninja. My meme set the price, I'm a Coco fucking Illuminati. Ninja. Growers paradise, I'm a Coco fucking ninja. My ninja, my ninja. Say it. My ninja, my ninja. A Coco fucking ninja. My ninja, my ninja. My ninja, my ninja.
If there's tacos, why you eating a burrito, Saint? I want a bean and cheese burrito.
Only special people got burritos.
I want a bean and cheese burrito, okay?
I asked that right away. I was like, who are the burritos for?
Are there extra burritos? Because I like
no,
bean
like
and cheese.
he was pulling out the burrito. Mark was pulling them out from the bag. I was like, whoa.
So wait, people have to have don't ever tell me Mark was pulling out a burrito.
I was like, where are these
That's
burritos?
Racist.
I was like, where are these burritos coming from? Who are they for? He's like, not you.
Hey, Jack was like, hey, Mark. When you pull out your burrito, it gives me the shivers.
I got the shivers in here. It got cold in here.
It's so.
Sponsor of the show.
It's freezing in here.
Are you
right?
back?
No, yeah, you tell me.
Hey, Chef, you could have just came and replaced Chef because he was trying to ruin my interview.
These guys didn't even talk.
You gotta get a mic.
Chef made it happen. Chef might have a role as a executive producer and just set up the interviews rather than participating.
We're live.
Hey, man.
Oh, we're live?
Do you want some tacos for your face?
Yes.
What kind? Fish?
I want a bean and cheese burrito.
No, you already received
I tried explaining him the burrito situation.
Yeah, he only ordered 2 for himself.
I'm vegetarian.
And welcome to the after hours of
No,
who
the
gets
show's
to
still
eat.
live.
Yeah, who
This-
gets to eat?
When we do this off the air, I always feel like we
okay.
should do it on the air. So this is good. We're on the air for it.
Are you going to get more?
No, they're here.
Fish
Already.
taco month.
I'll come out and get them.
The grand
I'll
prize
come out, but we're gonna do the
question.
grand
That's
prize. You've been listening to the show. What do you think the grand prize question should be? What's the official name of a bean that you grow as a cover crop?
That's it.
That's a good one.
Right there, that's good.
I was gonna say, what are the
Starts
4
with an L.
things that he said that you need?
Oh, we're giving you some.
Oh, you want the, yeah, okay, I like that.
The cover crop one's good.
Yeah, but a bean. But a more
What's the
specifically
scientific
a bean.
name for
It's
a bean?
That's a scientific name.
Scientific. There was
It's
science
the
going on
botanical
tonight.
name, that's
There's a whole lot of
scientific
science.
name.
There was science, and then there was chef.
Well, look, let's be,
I
let's be
grow.
straight. The botanical name,
No,
the
you
botanical
don't.
name is the binomial name.
You sold your grow.
That guy was scientific, right?
No, yeah, it's binomial nomenclature.
You sold your Scottsboro
That
Grow stock
is
and cashed
the
out. Get out of my
term,
face.
which
I
is
buy
the
$500
scientific
clone.
name, botanical name.
I want to go.
Starts with an L.
It's not even Oreos.
And
It's
they come
Hash
from trees, vines,
Small plants, flowers.
We should all really go.
Boys, let's have an update from Chef
to Manny
on
and
his
Terry's
$500
farm.
clone. How's that $500 clone faring?
It's the fastest growing purple plant I ever had. Looks more like OG, if you ask me.
It goes fast.
That's a hash bar. Sorry. Whoops.
What if it's accidentally hash bar?
Don't worry, it's guaranteed.
No,
These guys offered me hash bar like 0 times. I could have had it 0 times I wanted it, and now I got it. God damn
No,
it.
you accidentally have it.
I'm sorry, we're supposed to offer you shit? You can just say, hey, can I get a cut? And we'll tell you no.
Hey, can I get a cut of that Oreo?
It's $1,000 bucks.
I thought you had that one.
I still need that.
I still need that Oreo.
You got 2 Oreos. You got 2 for 1.
I don't know if that counts. That first one was a little bit of it was a wild one.
The first
and then
one.
people trying to say, I didn't know I was bringing one for Chef. I'm like, when I said it was for Chef and bringing it to the show, who do you think it was
It
for?
showed up all sideways, looking like
you
a
said
straw
that
with
after I brought
crinkle
the
in it.
plant. I mean, I found out it was
said
for
it to
him
you on the air.
after I already
But
had
not
the
on the air,
plant.
on the phone.
I thought it was for a custy.
But other than the white flies, I handled everything.
All right. What is the name, the scientific name for like beans on cover crops?
Yeah.
Manny and Terry talked about it. Bird Valley Organics talked about it. 562-653-0707. It's one of the 3 sisters, right? Right, Dutch? The 3 sisters?
Yes.
Is that what they call it?
If you want to get into
Holy Trinity?
ancient, if you want to get into ancient
Mayan technology.
Mayan, yeah.
And Incan.
Yep. Yeah.
Mayan, Incan?
Both. All of them.
Aztecan.
Everyone.
Azteca?
Incan, what's Dutch been drinking?
Everyone. No. It's the building block. It's the building block of
562-653-0707. Call
agriculture.
in. We'll get this handled. We got Turpinator. And hold on, we got some
Cornerstone.
seeds. We got some seeds, some autoflower
Yes.
seeds.
Mai Tai Storm Stompers.
Damn.
Muay Thai times Sky Stomper Auto Fem.
There it is.
Stomp
There
in.
it is.
Shout out to
Those
Lil
are going to be
Stomper.
added in. They're coming in on a special request, but they're going to be given away.
You said they're auto fems?
They're auto fems, and we will. Here's the thing: is we're not into them, but we have callers that are.
Manny said he was growing autos.
People are growing autos, exactly.
Yeah.
So hey, we're for the people.
They've got a
We
place.
give to the people. It's not something
I
we
know.
would do.
I heard that, but I let them have a.
Yeah.
I let them have
something
a
we
pass
would do.
on that one.
It's
yeah,
not something
we
that
coulda
we
got
would
him.
do. Listen here. This is how it works out.
It was
This
a guess. I didn't want to be like,
This
was
is
fresh
how we
frozen.
make it all right. This is
That's
how we
for
make
fresh
it all right.
frozen.
It's
They're-
not something
hey,
we would
they're
do.
from Fresh Frozen,
It's an
bro.
outside listener that has
Fresh
been kind enough to donate some auto films that he does.
We ain't hating on people that do them.
No,
we
but
just,
we
just
don't
don't
do
do
them
them.
ourselves.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
There you go.
So call in.
So we're gonna, exactly. So we're gonna throw those in. On
Phone
the grand
lines are
prize.
blowing up. We got 4 callers. We got room for 2 more.
and
Call in.
we don't hate on no one doing them except the people that are doing them.
So this is like this.
Lines
is
are
like,
almost full. We got 2 lines open. Call now for your chance.
We just
Sorry,
hate on the
to be
people
real
that
straight.
like them and smoke them.
Yeah, you want the Purpinator, you
We're
want the
talking about
Turpinator,
limited availability. This
you,
might not
you want
ever
the hot
happen.
chicks, you want the coastal farms. Shit, Heavy Teeth Grow Show. Yeah, dig.
Just not right here. Don't wait till it's way too late. Don't let them get over. You might have to make them pay. Regret that shit off summer. Don't wait till it's way too late. Don't let them get over. You might have to make them pay. Regret that shit off summer. Baby, I'm way too high. Or is there something going on I can't see with my eyes? With my eyes on. Is someone telling lies? I could be tripping, but it seems like something's just not right. Just not right here. Baby, I'm way too high. Or is there something going on I can't see with my eyes? With my eyes on. Is someone telling lies? I could be tripping, but it seems like something's just not right. Just not right here.
DFZRadio.com.
Hey, are you all right?
I don't know, man. I am freaking out. I think I'm having a bad trip, bro.
A bad trip? Things look fine to me. Looks like you just transplanted your girls into some happy hippie garden mix from Sanctuary Soils.
So I'm not freaking out?
Oh, you're freaking out all right, and I would be too. That's no ordinary potting soil you've got there. That's a premium organic blend that includes composted forest material, peat moss, perlite, pumice, lava rock, some of the best worm castings available, humic shale ore, dolomite lime, azomite, soy meal, and gypsum.
That's a lot of stuff. Did you just read all that? You just blew my mind, man.
It's a lot of good stuff that you can only find in an organic, natural mix like Happy Hippie.
So what you're saying is, with Happy Hippie Garden Mix, I shouldn't panic because it's organic?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever said that, and you shouldn't either. Although I guess you aren't wrong. Here's the deal. You aren't having a bad trip, bro. This is all great news. You're providing your plants with everything they need to get off to an incredible start.
So I can't taste colors then?
No. But you will taste and see the difference in your fruits and flowers now that you're using Happy Hippie Garden Mix from Sanctuary Soil. For more information, you should check out bulksoil.com.
Hey, I'm in the zone.
Hey man, your garden smells amazing this year. What are you doing different?
Haven't you heard? We've been using the Turpinator.
Did you say Turpinator like terpenes?
Yes, exactly. Turpinator is designed to increase your plant's terpenes, which are responsible for everything from how your plants smell to how much flavorful oils they produce. Basically, Turpinator is the one-stop shop for an overall quality increase for your fruits and flowers.
That's awesome. You know, I can tell the Turpinator has not only increased the oils in all your herbs and flowers, but it looks like it's going to increase your dry weight as well. And dude, don't even get me started on those crystals. They look like mini icebergs.
Well, you better hurry up and get on board. It's flowering season right now. And since Turpinator is made right here in Sonoma County, you can literally find it in any hydro store in town. Boost your plant's oils and bring out flavors that will drive your friends wild. Turpinator. Sticky is an understatement.
Hey, yo, this is Spanky Hayes, motherfucking Spanky Hayes, funny motherfucking Spanky Hayes. Shout out to DFZRadio.com.
So you're big time, huh?
Yeah, kinda.
There's no better time to step back and rethink your grow. Still in plastic pots or flimsy fabric pots that are a pain to move around or transplant into? Well, it's time you elevate your grow with GeoPot fabric pots. GeoPots are designed to withstand extreme moisture and salt-laden conditions, making them the ideal fabric pot for heavy hydroponic feeding programs and organic grows alike. The GeoPot has an innovative quad-stitch construction, which allows the reusable container to withstand constant moisture and prolonged UV exposure. Unlike traditional fabric pots, the roots in a GeoPot are naturally air-pruned, stunting their outward growth and promoting the growth of more lateral roots throughout the media. So, more roots below, more shoots, and heavier fruits above. Air pruning prevents your plants from becoming root-bound, which can drastically impact and improve nutrient uptake and yields. And I know you like how that sounds. Swing on over to geopot.com for more info and stay true to your roots.
Coming to grips with measuring pH is a fundamental part of ensuring a successful crop. Of course, having the right nutrient mix is important, but without a slightly acidic pH level, plants won't receive optimal benefits from the nutrients supplied. Blue Lab has a range of pH measurement tools available to help both the commercial and small-scale growers. These include the Blue Lab Guardian Monitor, the Blue Lab Combo Meter, the Blue Lab pH Meter, the Blue Lab pH Pen, and the Blue Lab Soil pH Meter. For more information, visit us online at getbluelab.com.
Woo! 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 Ow!
Love that money. Heavy T Grow Show, baby.
Throughout human history, mankind has brought forth innovations that have changed their very evolution.
The wheel, the compass, the printing press, the light bulb.
And then, General Hydroponics Flora Series 3-part. Originally formulated in 1976, the GH Flora series is the original three-part hydroponic-based nutrient system consisting of Flora Grow, Flora Bloom, and Flora Micro. The standard bearer of the industry for over 40 years, the GH Flora series gets it right by giving your plants exactly what they need, exactly when they're looking for it. And while our understanding of the plants has changed over the years, GH has not stood still. The General Hydroponics R&D team just wrapped up a multi-year project to refine their feed charts, making them more precise, more customized, and somehow even easier to use than ever. So roll with the product that paved the way and changed the game. Roll with General Hydroponics Flora Series 3-part. For more information, go to generalhydroponics.com.
Don't you put that evil on me!
Heavy T.
That's Horty's Pimpin' 101.
Honey, come here. You have to see this. Wow, it is beautiful.
What?
Just look at it. Oh, man, look at it.
The light? The plants? What am I looking at?
The light. It's the Gavita Pro 900E LED. Can you believe the light it's throwing? Seriously, look at it. Look how close I can get it to the canopy. And I'm not even burning the plants. Just look at it. It's perfect.
Seriously?
The Gavita Pro 900 LED is seriously perfect for my grow space. It's got the performance of the Pro 1700 without the ceiling height restrictions. I've got it in my tent, honey. It's in my tent. Look at it. I can't.
All right. It really is gorgeous. Can I be done now?
I'm done. I'm done looking for a lighting solution that fits my specific needs because I finally found the Gavita Pro 900E LED.
I'm happy for you, and I'm going now.
You want to know the best part, though? At 345 watts and a ridiculous 2.6 micromoles per joule, this baby puts off less ambient heat than competing fixtures, which gives me the flexibility to sit right on top of these ladies, and they are loving it. Have you ever seen my plants as happy as they look under my new Gavita Pro 900 LED? Am I right, honey? Honey?
For more information on the Gavita Pro 900, check out Gavita.com.
Heavy T hooked me up, man. Thanks.
That's right. That's right.
You are listening to Heavy T's Grow Show on DFZ Radio Network.
Critic enemy, you create more problems than you got the remedy. You're misleading and deceive my people endlessly, and then you wonder why me never want you next to me. Your civilians are like slaves, act in servitude, and the only way you keep them is to keep them from the truth, while your institutions keep indoctrinate the youth. We hear you speak of hope and change, then you leave no proof. Babylon, you're smart, now this is more than true. But when the people wake on up, they'll come straight after you. There's no escaping from the plans we got set out for you. You see your men, women, and children coming after you. Life with you's illusion, not reality. And for anyone who wants some peace, you name insanity. You subdue my people with stories and fantasies. False governments, false courts, false authorities in this iration. All nations, one people, one destiny, yeah. Iration, all nations, one people, one destiny. Babylon, you are a sickness to society. There is no other that could claim more notoriety. With all your chemical concoctions of variety, what you really seek is for my people to go quietly. But what they're really getting ill from is your mind control. It has diminished our intelligence and numbed our souls. Manipulation of the masses is your only goal. You may have succeeded, but the difference is now we know. So what you gonna do without our energy? Cause now we're using it to make a brand new energy. Yeah, we infuse our meditation, our philosophies, learning to transcend beyond the realms of this reality, yeah. So Babylon, it's over now, it's time you go. When one foundation's rotten, you can't go no more. So lift your eyes and set your sights upon that door, and get the out of our
drunk as fuck at the 2017 Grow-X. Ran my boy, St. Chris.
Hello?
Hello? Are you listening?
Where's everybody? You all coming? Is everyone coming out?
Where are we?
Well, we're at the bar, essentially.
You didn't buy me a drink. Why didn't you buy me a drink?
I drank. You know, the bar's far away. I drank the thing on the way here.
I did that to my buddy Mark over here, so I believe you.
Get us 2 more, and I'm gonna try and make sure one of them makes it back.
I better follow you.
Probably a good idea. I should go smoke a little bit of that weed on the way too.
Do you have marijuana?
Yes. Let me check your pockets, and I do.
Yeah. Oh, wait. It's jacking my marijuana. Don't jack my marijuana. This is a adult show. No kids listening, right? You better say something, Aaliyah. That was Aaliyah from DFZ Radio. That's about as close as you're going to hear a voice on air.
How about that voice of hers, huh?
Oh, man. Memorizing.
Jeez. Memorizing?
Mesmerizing. Memorizing.
And the nod is even better.
I memorized her fucking nod and her lisp and shit.
I can hear that.
Oh, I got it. Everybody everybody heard it. This is a bunch of nonsense. Saint's not even going to chop this shit up. Fuck you, Saint.
Hey guys, 2017. I guess I'm interviewing you. we're gonna do reverse for a second. First, I have to teach you how to get this and how to get it done.
All right.
And then you can interview me and Analox.
Okay, how do I do this?
Okay, guys, we're live 2017 at the Max Yield Show at San Jose, and we're on the Heavy Tea Grow Show. So I have Duff here that's about to talk to me about Nanolux technology. It's gonna be awesome. Let's see how it goes.
Duff, you don't have much to say.
Yeah, Nanolux Technologies, NCCISFACGAIA. CGIA. They are compliant with that. That means that you can go ahead and control it with your computer.
Actually,
right?
You can do.
What's up, guys? Max Shields, St. Louis Obispo, San Jose. I was joking. Yeah, San Jose, 2017, Max Shield. If you guys suck at rolling joints like I don't, but if you do, Futurola is gonna roll up your joints for your asses, right? Futurola, what's up? What's up, guys? Who's doing it? What's up, man? What's your name?
I'm Forrest.
Forrest, what's up, Forrest? I'm Duff.
Duff, nice to meet you, Duff.
Nice to meet you. What's up? You guys are Futurola. What do you guys do for the future of Rolla?
You want to see it? Come right this way. Come with me.
Well, we can't see it. We're like on the. we're gonna be on the radio here, so we gotta describe this. It's theater of the mind.
We sell pre-rolled cones. They're hand rolled in Indonesia. They're the finest rice paper on the market. The slowest burning. They're unbleached. They are the glue is made from the acacia tree. They're amazing, and we sell a machine that rolls 100 of them. It fills up 100 of them in 2 minutes.
Okay, so you guys have a machine here where you have the papers that are already pretty much opened up on one end and closed on the other.
Correct.
And then they're going to go ahead and fill up these pre-rolls for you, which are rice paper, which is super organic and good for you.
Yeah, that's how.
Right, that's it. Keep going, Duff. All right, so I'll keep going. So then you're going to go ahead and you're going to have all these pre-rolled. How much do you charge for a pre-roll?
For a pre-roll, the cone itself.
Yeah, well, with weed in it, how much is it?
Oh, well, you'd have to ask somebody that sells it with weed in it because we don't sell it that way.
What? No, come on, man. Okay, how much is that? How much? Okay, I'm joking. Non-drug medicine infused.
For $4.59 for a carton.
Okay, $459. $459.
Yeah, and you get 6,000 per carton. Say of the 109s, the long ones.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna buy this. Do I need your machine to have it pre-rolled?
Yes. I would definitely highly recommend doing it with the machine because you can do 100 in 2 minutes. So if you've got 6,000 to fill, I'd want to have the machine. I wouldn't want to do it all by hand.
Okay. Well, my guy over there, Heavy T, he's the creator and the innovator of the show, is getting a video for us.
Wonderful.
So that we can show it on the internet and show it on the air.
Very cool.
So then, what you guys do, you guys have a cap on there that I noticed, and the cap is like a pre-weighed out, like a the amount.
Perfect half gram per hole.
Per hole. So every hole is a half gram.
Yes.
And you guys even that out with whatever you're going to put in there to smoke.
A few different sizes as well. We've got a reefer kit, which is 0.25. So they're a little bit smaller, and you can just, depending on the cone size, if you're doing a 1 1/4, that's a perfect half gram. You just run the machine once. If you're doing the 109s, the long ones, you would want to run it 2 times.
2 times, so you have a whole gram in there.
Exactly, yeah, for the king.
Okay, well, what if you want to do blunts? Because we're from Southern California, and these guys, fuck it, dude. Cali Breeze is the blunt king in the studio. He's always falling asleep with a blunt in his hand, almost letting himself on fire. Do you guys do anything about blunts?
We don't do bluntsy just yet. No, we don't do blunts. Just
okay. Well, then we could collaborate together. We could maybe make some money together on that.
Hey, let's do it. That sounds great.
There it is, dude. I'm making money here with Futurola. Hey, I see you guys. Tommy Chong. He's a supporter.
Oh yeah. We've got a whole Tommy Chong line. Cone rollers, papers, grinders, you name it.
So then probably people already know who you are, Futurola. Where do they find you on the internet? Futurola.com?
FuturoLaUSA.com.
And that's FUTUROLA USA.com.
Correct. Yep, that's the one.
There it is, guys. Hey, if you guys want to get your pre-rolled on because everybody wants to get it pre-rolled, dude, I want a machine because everybody. I smoke so many joints. I'll smoke that all in one sitting, bro. I'll pre-roll. That'll be my good night. I got this restless leg syndrome. You ever experienced that?
When I was in high school, yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, growing pains.
Fuck, I'm 40 years old. I still have growing pains. Why you call it growing pains? It's still a problem.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that the herbs help.
Well, it will when I get your machine. You guys gonna sponsor me or what?
Yeah, of course. Why not?
Yeah, why not? All right, hey, thank you. What was your name again?
Forrest.
Forrest from Futurola, guys. Go check his shit out on FuturoLausa.com. FuturoLausa.com on the internet, guys. Forrest is here. He's gonna fucking beat your ass if you don't buy it. Is everybody else?
This shit is sus. I'm way too lost. What's going on here, guys? Don't put me on. I just don't know what's true. I'm getting this feeling in my gut that I should listen to. So hard to know what's really up when I'm not next to you. Baby, I'm way too high. Or is there something going on I can't see with my eyes? With my eyes, oh, is someone telling lies? I could be tripping, but it seems like something's just not right. Just not right here. Am I acting paranoid? Oh Lord, don't tell me I'm slipping. That's just stress I can't afford, so please tell
This guy's trying to get me to smell lemon zested earphones.
They smell great. He's like, smell them. Smell them. Smell them.
I was going to spray disinfectant on it. I got disinfectant right here.
Here, I'll give everybody in the...
It says 3M high strength disinfectant. Contact adhesive disinfectant.
I'm zested.
Dude, don't, dude, seriously? I'll fucking eyeball you.
Okay, you want lemon squirt in the eye, dude?
Don't bring adhesive to a lemon fight.
Yeah, this...
I'm a lemon spritz your fucking
dude,
face.
Dude, you smell it. Smell. Take a deep breath.
Yeah, it smells better than the chef.
I smell bong water.
Did anyone notice that chef looked like shit tonight? He looked like he gained 150 pounds. Poor guy.
Yeah, and Manny lost 150 pounds. This guy, COVID hit him hard, and he doesn't want to do it.
Shipping Manny, not Manny from the show tonight.
Oh, Manny from the show tonight was on fire. Scotty's on fire. But he was legit, and I wish I could have been in here because, I feel like I could have...
You could have added to the conversation.
Talked a little bit more than...
There was no...
A couple other parties involved, but hey.
Chef came in
there was no room to talk.
Tried to ruin
I was just trying to listen.
I shut him down. And we talked a lot tonight about different sustainable gardening techniques.
Smells great.
One of them being companion planting. And what is it called? Grand prize question, Saint.
Oh. It's. I mean, it's
Don't
safe
say
to
the
say.
word.
No, it's safe to say that. Let's be more specific. It's the family that encompasses all these different types of
Free Jolies.
nitrogen fixing
Cover crops.
Free
cover
Jolies.
crops.
Free Jolies.
Yeah, love it.
All right. Let's go to the phone lines. Big Jack, since you can't see the screen,
And
select
can't-
the
you
number
can't read
1
or
through
write.
6.
Okay, hold on. I'm about to say 4.
We can't go back to Hightower.
Oh. 4 is disqualified?
No.
Go. No. Okay.
That wasn't 4 though.
Oh, we got 4?
There's 4
All right.
ways.
Actually, no, this is 4.
You're going blind. You're going blind.
Where are you at?
Heavy
Am
T
I on the
can't
air?
He said I can't see the screen. He can't see it
He
either.
can't see. He's
I'm on the
literally
air.
can't see.
I'm on the air. You picked me. This is Juan Wayne.
This
Hell yeah.
is Juan Wayne.
Juan Wayne.
What's up, number 1?
Juan Wayne, and I'll take legumes for 5,000 for the win.
Nope.
No problem.
It was auto flowers.
All right, you're right. You did win. It's how do you say it exactly again?
Legumes.
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 Legume.
They are from the Legume region of
say Latin.
France.
No, it's Latin.
Okay.
And
What
I
was
think
that?
French.
What was that French word
in
he taught
some
us?
weird way is.
He taught us a cool French
Latin
word
based.
about.
Terp. I'm gonna send you some Terpinators, some
terps.
Purpinators, some Dynamicos, some Earth Alive. We got
Started
some
with an S.
Geopods
Terpinada.
going out, some Mission Fertilizer. I've got some other
yeah,
swag
hell
stuff
yeah.
going out to you, my man.
Terpino.
We'll make it all happen for you. I really appreciate you calling in, listening.
Yeah.
What'd you think about the sustainable gardening?
Terpinili. The Terpinitos.
You ready to?
I love it, man.
You
I
ready-
love it. I'd like to do hugels, but I'm an indoor tent grower, so it makes it a little difficult in a 4x4 tent.
One.
Yeah.
Hugo.
Well, if you can't do Hugels, make sure your wife is doing Kegels.
Kegels.
Hugo.
Kegels. Kegels. 2 Kegels for 1 Kegel.
And if it's not your wife, at least let it be your side chick. All right.
Yeah, let her do some Kegels one
May
day.
you get one out of the dozen.
Thanks so much, guys. You guys rock. Appreciate the show.
Thank you, Juan Wayne. Once again.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
You too, brother.
All the listeners, all the sponsors, thank you very much. Our guest tonight, Bird Valley Organics. Our co-host, Big Jack.
Flex
Saint
Master
Diesel.
Mids. That was Flex
Yeah.
Master
Flex
Mids.
Master.
Flex
Master Mids.
You need to change Black Market Cultivators' IG to Flex
I'm
Master
gonna see
Mids.
if that name's not taken when I get back.
It should be by the end of the show, probably.
And Terry and Manny from Bird Valley Organics, great conversation. Chef probably isn't going to be invited back next week. Just saying. GP. He does good at booking guests. We're going to put him in.
That was a great guess.
Maybe move him into a different field.
Just have him like have
He'll
him
get a different role.
Field.
A different role.
Just have him in a different room.
It's
Maybe with a cheese wheel.
We want to make the most out of your ability.
How about we
by
do
getting
this?
you off the show
We put
and in sales.
Let's build a different room where he has a microphone and ear set,
And a
and he
cheese
can
wheel.
hear himself in the ear set, so he thinks he's contributing.
And he can hear us, too.
And he can do it from home. Most
the-
importantly, he does it from home.
But the listeners can't hear. I know he took your seat all night.
Most
No,
importantly,
I don't care. Whatever, man.
Most
Hey,
importantly,
you know what? You know what else I noticed? You didn't thank me, so
I said the
know where I
co-host.
stand.
I said the co-host.
No, you said co-host.
I was
DMC.
getting to you.
Whatever. You know,
I
know where I stand.
Were my things done?
No, I know where I stand, and that's fine.
Thanks to Coach Baggerly.
No, now I'm Coach Baggerly. Now I'm Coach Baggerly. Whatever, dude.
It's
Whatever. You're the Uncle to Maverick Robinson.
Oh my God! What kind of songs do we got going out with? It better be good. I need something. I need some of this shit. What should we do that's legit? Like, let's do like.
What came in this sack?
I'm Too Sexy.
the
by
weed
Right
and
Said
the terps that I ate.
Right Said Fred. I'm Too Sexy. Here we go.
I'm too sexy for my shit.
You got it?
Yeah, I'm too sexy.
for my shit. So
Too
You
sexy.
got it?
I'm too sexy for my
It's
terps.
already up?
Yep.
Too sexy
That was
for
really
my
quick.
terps.
I don't think our internet's that
Too
fast.
sexy for my
It's coming.
terps. So sexy.
It's not ready yet, is it?
hurts.
We're singing it, dude.
Too sexy.
We don't need it.
Oh, no. Dude, hold on.
On the catwalk.
I just had to show you I was
on
ready.
the hash wall.
All right, he's ready.
Yeah, Dutch is gonna sing over this one.
No.
I'm
Maybe
Heavy
some
T.
Jim Croce.
I'm Heavy T, and I do not regenerative farm. Other than that,
We
out.
I'm too sexy for my love. Too sexy for my love. Love's going to leave.
Oh, you gotta bump this shit.
If you have the lyrics, I could do it.
Too sexy for Saint Spawn. Too sexy for Saint Spawn. He loves to.
Too sexy for my shirt. Too sexy for my shirt. So sexy it hurts.
Jack, you gotta get in there.
I'm
Too sexy for my turbs. Too sexy for my turbs.
York and Japan.
I'm too sexy not to use it. All right. Thank you.
We out.
We'll be back next week.
I'm too sexy for your party. Too sexy for your party. No way I'm disco dancing. I'm a model. You know what I mean? And I do my little turn on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk. On the catwalk. Yeah, I do my little turn on the catwalk. Sexy by far. And I'm too sexy for my hat. Too sexy for my hat. What you think about that? I'm a model. You know what I mean? And I do my little turn on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk. On the catwalk. Yeah, I shake my little touch on the catwalk.